left, you turn left. When Simon says, greet your neighbor, you greet your neighbor. When Simon says, laugh, you laugh. Yeah? We start. You get it now? We go. Simon says, smile. Some of you are not smiling intentionally. Simon says, laugh. Simon says, greet your neighbor. Okay. Simon says, jump. Where are the girls complaining? I didn't see you jumping. So Simon says, jump. Eh. Simon says, what does Simon say? Already, we are talking about East African integration, and you already want to see it. How are we going to take over? Yeah, we need energetic young people, right? So Simon says, jump. Okay, Simon says, sit. I guess you're now happy. All right. You are very welcome for day 2 of the 3rd annual East African Guild Leaders Summit 2026. Who enjoyed yesterday? Oh, that was putting up your hand, not putting up your hands. What happened? You're not around? Who enjoyed yesterday's session? Okay, I want to ask what you learned. Hmm? Melissa, could just give someone a microphone and they tell us what their key points from yesterday were. Someone's hand is already up. Yeah, that's the energy.
A very good morning to you all.
Good morning.
My name is Nahura Macklin, the former Vice Guild President of Makerere Institute for Social Development. Yesterday, you didn't recognize us, So today, I had to make sure that our school is out. So what I learned yesterday is that a leader, being a leader, leadership is not status, it is service. As servant leaders, we should not be known of our statuses, but we should be known of our services. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. Yes, we recognize your presence. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, and take this on an opportunity to recognize all technical and vocational institutions. If you're here, please stand up and let's clap for you. Okay, thank you. Uh-huh. The person with the microphone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Rutaganda Shimwajakin from Rwanda, Kigali Independent University. So if you would like maybe a highlight, is the biggest private university in Rwanda.
Okay,
Okay, so
noted.
yeah, it's fine. All I remember is it was a reminder. The opportunities are there, but how are we prepared to go get them? For example, the AFCON 2027, as we had different countries coming in with the different languages, Spanish, French, but we are as youths, how are we prepared to meet those opportunities? Because you might be knowing Spanish, and then if you were able to talk with a player in Spanish, you don't know where you can go. But those are we're only limited to studying English. We can use it within our borders, but we have to have a bigger vision so that in case those opportunities come, we'll be ready to take them up. Thank you.
Okay. Let's clap for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name called Bior Paul Mabior. I'm from South Sudan, and I'm the former Vice Guild President of West African Institute for Management Science in Gulu, and the current LLB student at Gulu University. Yesterday, I learned about the trade facilitation and trade and regional integration within East African countries. In South Sudan, I'm the director of Waterway Investment, a company operating at the border town of Nubli. Facilitation. So it is good for young generation because it is creating employment opportunity, and it is also creating jobs to the young generation within East Africa. I need also to invite young leaders that on 25th of August, the South Sudan is going to host Global Logistic Convention. So in July. And it is also good for all of to come to South Sudan and witness the great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How many more?
You can give 2 more people.
Please give me orders.
Oh, you choose.
I think we've had
have
2
lady.
gentlemen and 1 lady,
Yeah,
so
let's
we
have
need a
another lady.
lady.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
This is Lillian Ayevare from the University of St. Joseph Mbarara. This is an opportunity because we are also not recognized. The institutions here are many. So the University of St. Joseph Mbarara exists at Nyamtanga Hill. Yesterday I was privileged to learn very many things. For example, we were asked as the youth, where are we? Are we going to keep beneficiaries? We are encouraged to also be part of the production. We don't fear to take risks. We start and then we shall explore the market across East Africa. And we are encouraged to also not despise agriculture, but instead look at the ways of how we can modernize our agriculture as the youth, because it is the sector that is a sector that is feeding the nation and feeding the world. Thank you so much.
So 1 more lady and 1 more gentleman,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As you can see, I'm coming from Kenya, the city of Africa. Thank you so much. I go by the name Siko Kemto Ruth. I come from Bomet University. I'm the school president. Thank you. Yesterday, I had the chance to learn that as youths from all the countries in East Africa, let's not cry for us to be employed. There's no employment for everyone. It's time we think on something else that can give us income in this life. For example, we are told about innovation. From the university I'm coming from, it's a Green University for Sustainability. It supports innovation and challenge for students. So as young leaders, as we go back to our countries, to our universities, let's not go into strikes because of employment, that let every youth be employed. It's time with our government to bring up the policies that can mentor these young people, can give them funds to start their own businesses, can support their talents, can support their innovation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you.
Have we heard from someone from Burundi?
Anyone from Burundi?
Burundi? You are? Burundi? DRC? Somalia? Somalia?
Somalia is present.
I have Somalia here.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am from Somalia. My name is Adi Majid. Tomorrow, the modelists they forget the Somalis, but just I want to remember Somalia is the East African countries. I wanna the DJ make something in Somalia. Eh,
I think since Somalia wants to challenge, take the front
Yeah,
space
let them come.
and show us what you got from Somalia.
Okay.
DJ, we are waiting for you if you have something from Somalia.
Do you have anyone else with you? Okay, let them come also. Anyone else from
Somalia,
Somalia? Okay, DJ. Mm, mm.
uh, uh-huh.
Okay,
You see?
they're gathering energy.
Hmm. Do we have ladies from Somalia? Yes, ladies. We just mentioned gender balance a few minutes ago. DJ, do we have progress? But since if we are one, so if we fail to get something from Somalia, yes, we could get something from Tanzania.
Okay. Let's clap for them as they go back. Burundi has just arrived. Justice for
DJ.
Burundi.
Just one more minute for Burundi.
Do you have a specific song for that DJ?
Okay, Burundi is going to take the microphone lastly to tell us what they learned through yesterday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Abdurrahim Ilambo Narambat. I am Burundian citizen. As our moderator was asking a lot of everyone yesterday, I would like to remind about what our guests have told us. Most of them, they focus on political federation, political integration. As East African, we are supposed to be one countries. But I have a question. I am the one who like to update news. Recently, I saw that I have a friend from South Sudan. So South Sudan government, they released the count who in Sudan with visa free visa. I saw that only Tanzanians and Egypt. But where I have a question. Why they have ignored other East African countries as we are community? By the way, in East Africans, we have some countries who have already removed this visa restriction, like Rwandans, our neighbors, Ugandans. You see, in Uganda, most of African countries they are welcomed. Even Kenya, the capital of Africa. So we need. So I have a question for my friend, dear sister and brothers from South Sudan. Why your government have banned other African countries, even East African members? I have these questions. So another point, yesterday they told us that East Africans, we are over 300 millions and 70% are young people over 30 years. So this is a potential for our community. But we need our readers that they have to, we need the opportunity from our government to develop ourselves. I don't have enough more to say that. I would like to just to remind these things.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. A huge round of applause for him. Why hands up? To answer the question, we might as well start a debate here. So let's give opportunity to only two people.
So maybe two people, but more importantly, about what our brother has just mentioned. I have a document here from the Republic of South Sudan, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And I'll just read one paragraph. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of South Sudan reaffirms the statement issued by the Ministry of Interior addressing false and misleading claims which continue to circulate on social media outlets regarding alleged new visa-free entry policy for nationals of the Arab Republic of Egypt, United Republic of Tanzania, and related fees to other countries, including the members of the East African Community. So it is a long statement, but that first paragraph, I think, tells us that it is not true that they are banning other East Africans from South Sudan. I thought it was important to... There, okay.
Why are you dodging us? All right. Good morning, friends. My name is Magong Andrew Jok from South Sudan, and for Makerere, Makere, oye. I'm a former student of Makerere University, and I'm happy that I've had the privilege to study here. And Ugandans are so hospitable, and I'm so happy. Proud of you, Ugandans. Kenyan brothers have always been hospitable when I go to Nairobi. The question has been, okay, he has answered it already, but this is also a concern. As a South Sudanese who has had the privilege to travel, honestly, when we talk about integration, as South Sudanese, we are not fully integrated yet because we find challenges while traveling or crossing these borders. A Ugandan fellow traveling with me to Nairobi is required to only have his national ID and crosses, even around his friend. But the South Sudanese friend doesn't have to have only his national ID, but is required to have a passport. I'm a victim of all these circumstances, and that's why I had to take the opportunity when the question was asked. So, if we are talking about integration, it should be everyone being integrated, and we should also treat ourselves equally. If it was true that the president had put all this ban, I would support it in another way by saying, let's first treat ourselves fairly or equally, and then afterward we come to free visa travels. So if this is false, like he said, that's okay. But if you are a government official or any person that is aiming at community or East Africa community integration, let's aim at treating ourselves equally. Even the guy at the border should see me as an East African, but not a South Sudanese who is thought of maybe having some dollars in the pocket and should be pushed so hard to pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I, by name Emmanuel Angelo, a proud citizen of South Sudan, the youngest nation in the world. So, according to what the Burundian guy said, he said like they have offered a free visa for Tanzania and Egypt. So far for Egypt had offered like a free visa for a South Sudanese for a long period since 2020. That's why they need to do the same thing to them. But according to the one of Tanzania, I don't know, but that's a political issue between them. And actually for the East African citizens, as long as you're entering South Sudan, you're entering for free. Okay, you're entering for free. Unless if you're going to spend more than 6 months, that means you have to pay for a visa. But it's not required as you're entering, you have to pay, unless if you're staying for almost 6 months and above. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for clarifying our friend's issue, our brother's issue. But I hope that with time, this will not just become something we imagine or we dream about, but something that has actualized. And that should be everyone's prayer. So right about now, we are going to start officially. Let's rise for the anthems.
Chitiwa Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Okay, let's pray. Mighty Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for we have an opportunity to learn and to listen to one another, King of Glory. We thank you for all the different East African countries in this place and their representatives, King of Glory. We pray, Heavenly Father, this shall be a turning point for them, King of Glory, that they will not go back the way they came, King of Glory, but rather they will go energized and ready to carry on the East African integration agenda, King of Glory. We thank you, Heavenly Father, and we ask that you come and take control of this day, Heavenly Father. Be in charge of everything. Let your Holy Spirit come and be present. And we thank you and we love you. In the mighty name of Jesus, we prayed and believed. Amen. Okay. Can take our seats now. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on what you learned yesterday. It's incredible to know that important points were taken down, and I hope they don't just remain in your notebooks, but rather, like we had shared, it's about giving yourself in for service. It's about offering yourself to your country to be able to do the most that you can. In our midst, we have very important guests. We have keynote speakers around, we have panelists around, and we have all of you around. Thank you for coming on time. Like Alet said, if you know your neighbor is not next to you, that you were seated next to yesterday, just send them a text, ask them where they are, and remind them where they're supposed to be today. So we have a keynote speaker around, Professor Idris A. Rai, the Acting Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Let's clap for him. We also have Miss Ruth Nsibirano, the Associate Professor of Gender Studies, with us today. Okay, as we continue, we shall be recognizing our different guests, but thank you all for being present today. The different deans of the universities. Some of you kept telling me I had not mentioned university yesterday, and sorry about that. So we also have the University of St. Joseph Mbarara with us today. Let's clap for them. Okay, we have the University of Chisubi from Kampala. Are they around today? Okay, we also have Muni University. Okay, thank you so much for being here. We also have Ernest Cook University. Oh, thank you. All right, right about now, we have our panel, and this panel is led by a great gentleman who came right on time, by the way. We should clap for that. It's Okay? A reminder to always learn to keep time wherever you are going. It's a beautiful thing. So Professor Idris Erai is the acting executive secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Yeah, he is a professor of telecommunication networks, and prior to joining the Inter-University Council for East Africa in January 2023, he had served in a number of national, regional, and global academic and research institutions at various capacities. That is as Vice Chancellor of State University of Zanzibar and Deputy Dean at Makerere University. Oh, okay, I hope I didn't get that wrong. And he's a member of a number of boards and committees. So let's put our hands together as he comes up to give his keynote speech.
Morning. She thought she got it wrong when she read Makerere University. So I'm not a guest here. I worked here for 4 years, from 2007 to 2011, at the Faculty of Computing and IT, just here. So I'm glad to be here, not only for this important event, but also coming back to Makerere is an honor again. This is home to me, spending 4 years as a professor here. I asked to have slides to be displayed, if it can be. Was it possible? Yeah, but you start from the first one, please. So go back. Okay. So let me start by thanking the organizers of this summit for inviting IUSER to be part of this important summit. As I've been introduced, I'm the acting executive secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, based here in Kampala, Uganda. Anyone had never heard of IUSER before? So Inter-University Council for East Africa, in short, it is IUSER. Anyone of you who had never heard of IUSER before, please raise your hand. It's not a shame. I'm just making a study here. So 15% of you have never heard of IUSER before. This is bad, because you are the most important people for IUSER, the leaders of universities in the East African community. So today you will learn a little bit about IUSER, but also you will learn a lot about what we do for leaders like you. And I framed my keynote to read Advancing the East African Higher Education Area, Developing Leaders for a Borderless Region. I highlighted red, East African Higher Education Area. It's a very important term that you all need to know as you leave this summit today. You know about borderless region, right? You know about borderless region. It is the East African community. That is what the founders of East African community wish to see as the region. Next slide. So you've learned this yesterday, I believe, based on what you've said in the morning. What is the objective of the East African community? And what are the 4 pillars of the East African community integration? Anyone knows the objective of East African community? I'm sure you do. Yeah? Anyone doesn't know the objectives of East African community? So to summarize, am I? No, it's okay. The objective of the East African community is to widen and deepen economic, social, cultural, and political integration of the partner states of the East African community. Ultimately, the objective is to have a regional integration in all four important aspects: economic, social, cultural, and political. Ultimately, we want to see one East African Federation, one people, one region, one destiny. That's ultimately. So we are all pretty much the same. We are all the same people. So there are four pillars that have been agreed upon by the community to reach to that objective. And I'm sure you know the four pillars: customs union, common market, and monetary union, and political federation. I think you know all these by now. These are the four important pillars that the community have been working on day to make sure that they reach to that ultimate goal of having a regional integration. Now, to get a regional integration, the region all integrated into one federation is an ultimate goal, universities had a very important role to play. Universities in the region, therefore, should not only produce graduates, this is what we've been doing all along, but also should develop leaders capable of serving an integrated East African community, capable of establishing, because the process is still ongoing, but also serving the whole community. That is what universities should do. So the future leader of East Africa must think beyond the borders. Should not only think nationally, but also should think regionally. That's important. And let me commend the Academy for having this summit, but also having the Academy itself, because it's important to get those leaders at universities at different levels. This is one of the levels, but all universities, everybody is a leader, and all students at universities are leaders. So you are doing a great job by bringing all these people together. Next slide. Before I continue, let me just see, is anyone here from Tanzania? I haven't heard anyone from your United Republic of Tanzania. They're around. They're still sleeping. No, they're not here. Well, I hope they're here. So I'm an East African citizen from, of course, I've been introduced United Republic of Tanzania, specifically from Zanzibar. So what is the East African higher education area? This is important. If you forget everything about this summit, please go home with that particular definition. What is an East African higher education area? Sometimes we call it East African Community Common Higher Education Area. What is it? By definition, a common higher education area is a group of countries that formally agree to harmonize their higher education systems. It's a group of countries that formally agree to harmonize their higher education systems. That's important. If we want to integrate our countries in the region, we cannot do that if we do not first harmonize our education system. Do you see that? I hope you do. Now, the objective of the Common Higher Education Area, there are many in the world, in different regions of the world, and they have different varying objectives, from having comparable qualifications. The degree that you have in South Sudan should be comparable to the degree in Somalia. And the degree in Somalia should be comparable to the degree in Uganda, and so on and so forth. Built on common quality standards, you cannot recognize the other qualification if you do not trust the quality standard of the education system of the country. But if you have that, it enables mutual recognition of the qualifications. It enables students' mobility. It enables free movement of labor as well as regional integration. So there are two common higher education areas in the world whose ultimate objective is to contribute to the regional integration. The first one is European higher education area. European higher education area. The second one is East African Community Common Higher Education Area. The ultimate goal of the declaration of the Common Higher Education Area is to see that higher education contributes into regional integration. So there was a declaration of East African Community as a Common Higher Education Area in May 2017 in Dar es Salaam by the summit of the East African Community. The summit is made of who? Heads of state, right? And who is the chair of the summit? Who is the current chair of the summit? His Excellency Yoweri Museveni. So they declare that East African Community is a common higher education area. It's a process aiming at building education systems that are talking to each other, that are harmonized, right? So that leading to qualifications that are comparable as well as that can be recognized by different partner states. A common higher education area, therefore, is a platform for developing a generation of leaders who think regionally, collaborate across borders, and drive East African transformation. That is what East African Common Higher Education Area is all aiming at. Building leaders who think regionally, collaborate through cross borders, and drive East Africa's transformation. Why borderless region? I talked about borderless region. And why borderless region needs borderless leaders. It's leaders who think beyond their own national borders. The reason being, regional challenges ignore national borders. Regional challenges don't know about borders. You've heard about peace and security problems. Do they recognize borders? They don't. You've known about public health issues, corona, COVID, what else? Ebola. Do we have someone from DRC here? By the way, they are also part of East African community, right? But they're not here. Do you know why? They're here. Well, I know they have not been able to travel recently because of public health issues. It doesn't know about borders, but borders are there to restrict it. Climate change, does it know about borders? No. I think we are the least in Africa. Africa is the least continent that destroys climate, right? The ones who destroy it are somewhere else, who use this carbon fossil fuel more than anybody else. But we are the ones who are affected. Artificial intelligence, it doesn't recognize any borders. ChatGPT is created by somebody else and you talk to it. You, here. It has different ethic consideration and all of those matters, but we use it in our own countries. Food security doesn't know about borders. So leadership therefore requires regional collaboration, cultural competence, and innovation. This is what we need for the region. Hence, if we talk about East African Community Higher Education Area, we talk about mobility, from mobility to leadership. Why? Because mobility creates regional identity. It creates regional values and trust. Ultimately, students who undergo through mobility programs, they become ambassadors of the region. So through mobility, students and staff cross borders to learn. Students come to Makerere. Staff like me worked here for 4 years, right? They go to different other countries to learn. We've heard about a student from South Sudan here who says he's really privileged to come and study here. Now he understands better. When students meet from different countries, they share experience and build common identity. We cannot have a single federation without having defining a common identity. They collaborate. When they collaborate, they foster mutual trust. Well, I'm not saying about South Sudan, but if in my country, I will stop issuing visas freely, or free access, if I don't trust you, right? But not South Sudan. But me as an individual say, okay, should I allow him to come with an ID? No, 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 no. I mean, I need to spend some time a little bit, right? But with the mobility, right, you foster that trust. Ultimately, we have student leaders who champion East African integration. Those students, those staff who've moved from one partner state to another, they appreciate the importance of the region. They become ambassadors. When they become leaders, it's easier, it's very easy for them to foster that regional integration at the political level. So East African higher education area is not only about moving students. It's about what that movement builds. What it builds is competent leaders who understand and trust other leaders from the region, then who are likely to build that East African Federation that we are all expecting. So for those who don't know about IUCER, and for those who know a little bit about IUCER, and those who know a lot about IUCER, also a little bit about IUCER here. IUCER was established in 1970. 1970. Before we had any universities in national universities, we had a university called East African University. Are you aware of that? East African University was a federated university with 3 campuses. Here at Makerere, Nairobi, now University of Nairobi, and Dar es Salaam, now University of Dar es Salaam. These were campuses, all building one East African university. At Makerere, we had medicine and I think agriculture. Nairobi, we had engineering and architecture. In Dar es Salaam, we had law. So if you are from Tanzania, you wanted to study medicine, where do you go? You come to Makerere. If you wanted to do engineering, where do you go? You go to Nairobi. And the lawyers, the old lawyers from all East African community, where did they study? In Dar es Salaam. They did not have problem with qualifications to go to universities. When you had your certificate, right, it was recognized naturally by all 3 partner states. We had a natural integration then of our higher education system. We did not have different qualifications. We did not have different standards. All system was all the same, governed by all 3 partner states. In 1967 or 1970, that university was dissolved because every country wanted to own their own. Now they were independent. They wanted to own their own universities to train their own human resources. And then universities started to emerge. But again, they were only specialized universities. Collaboration was needed among these new universities. It was established an inter-university committee in 1970 to foster collaborations between the emerging universities in the region. In 1970 plus, I think, the East African community was dissolved, but IUE, Inter-University Committee, then became Inter-University Council for East Africa. It survived as an association of universities up until 2002, when IUCER protocol that establishes the institution under the umbrella of East African Community. 2009, IUCER Act. This is East African Legislative Assemblies Act, integrated IUCER into EAC framework. So IUCER is an intergovernmental organization, but at the same time, it's a member-based organization whereby all higher learning institutions in the region can be members of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. As I say, 2017, heads of state declared the region as common higher education area, and today, IUCER is tasked to operationalizing the East African common higher education area. So what are the mandates of IUCER? It is mandated to advise, develop, and coordinate higher education and research across the community. It's entrusted in operationalization of East African community higher education area. We do a lot of things, but this is not the time to discuss about all this today. The time is not enough. We have our website. Please visit the website. We provide a lot of opportunities for students and staff, especially mobility opportunities. I'll talk about them, some of them. But we are also on LinkedIn. Please join LinkedIn. Join us. But we are also on X. I hear that you're all on X as well. Please look for IUSER, be on X, be on LinkedIn. You will be informed. We do a lot. So how IUSER develops borderless leaders? Through operationalization of common higher education area. We do develop common quality assurance standards. You know, National Council for Higher Education, chair for Uganda. For Tanzania, you have TCU. For Kenya, you have Commission for University Education. Do you know those, right? In Rwanda, you have Higher Education Commission. In Somalia, you have a new one, National Council for Higher Education as well. We work very closely with them. We develop harmonized quality standards for accrediting institutions and accrediting programs, and they are being used in the partner states, all the same. So we have harmonized standards that are used in the South African community. We do develop program benchmarks. When you develop a curricula, you need to benchmark it from a particular known program. We do develop harmonized benchmarks for each. Universities can always anchor to develop their curricula. And that builds a trust. These benchmarks are being developed, co-developed by all universities around the East African community, also commissions and councils, and they trust them. They provide minimum requirements for curricula and program that we have. Hence, that fosters harmonization of the education system. We do have regional qualification framework. A degree, master's degree, doctorate, diploma from one country should mirror the other ones in terms of learning objectives, in terms of expected learning outcomes, and so on and so forth. That's important in harmonizing our education system. We do have credit transfer system. If you study in Nairobi for 1 year, you wanted to come to Makerere, you should be able to come and transfer credits. You want to go to Rwanda, you should be able to transfer credits and then ultimately graduate. So we do have those systems as well for our universities to adopt, to allow students to move freely from one country to another. We do build leadership skills and a lot of other skills, as IUSER, but also we foster regional research and innovation. We have networks that connect research and innovation across the region, and we build capacity on leadership, on AI, on teaching, on supervision, and so on and so forth. We have not been doing a lot for students in terms of engaging in a platform like this, but that is changing, and I'll show you how. Now, specifically, we offer a number of opportunities. Please, next slide, that I want you to come and explore. If you want to do your master's degree, you want to do your first degree, in some cases, you want to do PhDs, we provide some scholarship opportunities. This is an open call. We call this ESC Scholarship Mobility Scheme for undergraduate and postgraduate. It's available. If you are in one country, you have to apply to another country, right, to go and study. You cannot study in your own country under this. It's a cost-sharing scheme. What does it mean? Universities, member universities waive fees. You don't pay fees. We support students on transportation, research fund, and health insurance. All what you need to do is to get fund for accommodation and meals and other things. It's available. Deadline is 31st August. We have one diploma program for that. We have 95 undergraduate programs. We have 81 master's programs, and we have 11 PhD programs. This is for you. Don't lose it. Don't miss it. You didn't know about it, now you do. Okay? We have a number of universities already part of it. Makerere is one of them. University of Nairobi is one of them. Strathmore, all those good universities that you know, they are part of this program. University of Dar es Salaam as well. Please benefit from it. This will be the third cohort, and I can tell you we don't get a good number of students responding to this scheme. So we have more slots, 188 scholarships. We have only, for the second cohort, only funded like 50 of them. So we have a lot of opportunities here. The next program is, next slide please, is this one, ESC Scholarship Program. We're going to have a second phase of this. You might know this. This, we had 3 cohort before in the first phase, and this is the second one. This is fully funded by the German government. In the next 3 years, we're aiming at funding 360 students studying master's degree on areas like mathematics, engineering, informatics, science, technology, and business sciences. 22 universities in the region are part of the program. We've visited, where they have to apply. We see that they can really host international students or regional students. We are waiting for no objection. The call is coming out soon. If it's not this week, next week. If you're looking for master's program in those areas, this is a program for you. Where you must be national of ESC, partner state. You must be below 35 years of age. You should hold a bachelor's degree with a minimum second class. Sorry, we don't take lower, upper, right? And apply to study in an ESC partner state other than the country of your citizenship. We foster mobility, remember. This is a good program. If you miss it, if you need it. Now, what else do we do? What we've realized, next, we're finishing. What we've realized in the previous strategic plans is that we do very little to the bottom of the pyramid, that is to the student themselves. We've been more focusing at the policy level and more at the university level. That's why I asked you, do you know IUSA? And about 25% of you didn't know about it. And that is not good. We want all students in the region to know about IUSA because we work for them. We do provide opportunities for them, which they don't know. So we have a new strategic plan, which is waiting for approval and launch probably in Nairobi. We have our annual meeting in Nairobi. If you follow us, you'll see that. And we have a number of interventions specifically for students. My slides don't have that black thing there. Okay. Now, one strategy specifically for students' mobility is on enhancing mobility systems across East African partner states and beyond. And we have 6 interventions specifically for students. Let me say the last one, which is we want to promote and support universities' initiatives, students' initiatives that promote mobility and regional integration, just like this. I talked to Masa, the executive director of the academy this morning, and I said, from now on, we're going to partner with them to support these gatherings like this. And if you are, next time, if you are holding this kind of summit, you will do it at our campus at, what that place called? Tanzania, no, it's called something somewhere else. It's called Chambogo. At Chambogo, that's where we have our campus. We have a new building. If you go behind, a few slides behind, you will see a new building awaiting for inauguration. We have a facility, conference facility, can host about 500 people. And I think we can support all students' activities with a regional aspect. We can provide it for free, just to support it. So we have a number of interventions. Don't have time to look at those. Even the next slide as well, like joint programs, whereby universities collaborate to build joint programs where students start in one university, they go finish it. Like Erasmus, you know Erasmus Plus? I'm sure you as leaders, you've seen that in Europe, something of that sort. And we have it. So our strategic plan particularly prioritizes students, recognizes students are important, and prioritizes programs that support students' activities. And you will hear us a lot from now on. Next is for staff mobility program. If there are staff here, next slide. Well, can you go to the next slide? Well, it doesn't show again. Mine doesn't have that. But again, there's a call already open for staff mobility. We support staff from member universities to go and spend some time in another member university in another country of East African community. We pay for everything. Yes, we do. Some are surprised. Oh, are you? Yes, we do. Yeah, so we, again, for staff, you go back to universities, you have to be a member of IUSAT. It doesn't cost much to be a member, but you just contribute a little bit, but benefits are a lot. So that's another benefit. So, yeah, this is for staff mobility. But again, Go to our website, read our newsletters. Everything is on our website. Connect on LinkedIn. Don't miss it. You'll see a lot what we do and a lot of opportunities. Go to X as well. Next slide. So what leadership competences do we need for the region? Well, particular for the next generation for the region. I've highlighted 2: regional mindset. Remember, we want to integrate our region. You must have a regional mindset. I'm happy to be having that mindset. I was lucky to come here and work here for 4 years at Makerere. I came back again. My 3rd child was born here. When I came back again, he was happy. When we landed in Entebbe, he said, "Oh, I'm happy to be home." That's nice. My last born was born at Kenyatta National Hospital when my wife was doing her master's degree there. So the others are in Europe. Yeah? So, but regionally, I'm happy to be having that regional mindset. When you work and interact with people from different partner states, you learn a lot. You are really being prepared to be a regional leader. So we need a regional mindset. And this kind of gathering and convening are key to start building the regional mindset. The mobility programs that we have are very important and critical to foster that regional mindset. And the other one is collaboration across cultures. That's important. We must. In activities like this, I hope you have groups. Yeah, normally they tend to sit together, right? All around the same country. But you know, you have programs whereby you collect people from different countries and they work together. They come up with something together. Collaborations across cultures is important. And that's important in building a regional and establishing regional integration. So finally, in closing, this is a call for you as leaders. Be leaders for East Africa. Well, not only for your universities or for your countries. Champion integration, mobility, and innovation and peace. Make the East African higher education area a lived reality. This is for you. East African Common Higher Education Area is for you. And I'm calling for partnerships. As I said, I talked to the executive director. I hope that's his title. Where is he? And I told him after here, he was looking for a way to penetrate into IUCER. And I told him that is given now. After here, I invite him to IUCER. We're going to have partnership in terms of MOU, and we'll start working together to support these kind of activities. So your generation can make it a lived reality, this regional integration, starting today with IUCER. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Paul. Thank you for sharing with us the journey of ISA and also giving us the key competencies that are needed in the next generation. And I hope you marked those. There was regional mindset, there was collaboration across cultures. And I'm sure we saw that in our morning session with our friends and brothers from Somalia, from Kenya, Burundi. It was such a beautiful experience, but also entrepreneurship and digital and AI fluency and so much more. So that was really a remarkable speech. Thank you so much. So next on our agenda, but we've been joined by Professor Peter Anyang Nyong. Let's clap for him. Thank you for honoring our invitation. He's a distinguished Kenyan statesman, scholar, and author, and having him in the room today is such an honor. With us, we also have Professor Peter Oracha, Director of Students Affairs at Maseno University in Kenya. Thank you for joining us. We're also joined by Miss Annette Pangulunji, the Head of Governance at UNDP Uganda. Another round of applause. Thank you. But we're also joined by Her Excellence Hadondi Gracious, the 92nd Guild President of Makerere University. Makerere Oil? That's not the energy I know. Makerere Oil? All right. In the room is also Miss Julia Muhumuza. Let's give her a round of applause for being with us today. We also have Mr. Johnson Ireri Kinyua. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Dr. Dorcas Gisaiga. Thank you so much for joining us. Please don't get tired of clapping. Yeah. Thank you. With us is also Mr. Abdfani Muhammad. Thank you, the chairman of the Somali community. We also have Mr. Muhammad Adam, the Dean of Students at Masai Mara University in Kenya. Okay, once again, thank you so much for joining us today. It's such an honor to have each one of you in this room. And to remind you about our theme for this conference, for this summit, is youth leadership, education, and regional integration, building a competitive East Africa in a changing global order. Yeah. So next on our agenda is our panel. And I'm sure you're not ready to have this panel because it's coming with so much energy. So, but I want us to, every time someone gets off the stage, I want us to actually celebrate them. So this is how we're going to do it. Let's stand up. Yeah. Let's stand up. So we're just going to give them an 8 factorial. So warm your hands. Warm your hands. Warm your hands. You know how the factorial goes, right? We go from 8 to 1, right? So should we try it? Okay, we go. Did we do well? We did. One more round. We're doing better, right? We go. We're going to do better, right? Okay, so on this panel, we can take our seats. Sorry. On this panel, we have our moderator, Miss Ruth Nsivirano, an associate professor of gender studies. Give her morale as she comes. Yes. And she's joined by Miss Julia Muhumuza, a public policy professional, a lecturer, and education policy researcher. Thank you. She's also joined by Mr. Johnson Ireri Kinyua, the Dean of Students and Director of Career Services at the University of Nairobi. Yes, and last on this panel is Dr. Dorcas Gisaiga, the Dean of Students at Kabarak University. Okay, would love to clarify if Professor Eriab Lugujo is around. He's the Executive Director of the Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum. Okay. You ready?
Good morning, our dear audience. Let's join me to invite our panelists today. We will not do the 8, but we can do the 3. So I come. I come or withdraw this. Okay. So allow me also to recognize the arrival of our dear Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration. Professor, you are welcome. And you have come at the right time when we are delving into our panel discussion with the University Leaders Dialogue. And we are going to look at education and regional mobility. With us here, we have Julia Muhumuza. Can raise up your hand so that the DVC recognizes you. A co-founder of Tech, Mentor, and Educate. She is a top scholar and with a very good history that I must acknowledge and also underline for my own interest as a promoter of gender equality, women leadership, and also women achievement. Julia, during the time she was an undergraduate, she came on top of her class, meaning that being female or male is not what can deter us, but the determination. The male can excel, the women can excel. So don't be deceived that because you're female, you will not be excelling. We also have Johnson. Johnson, I don't want to matter the second name. I will leave it. Johnson is the Dean of Students and also the Director of Career Services in the University of Nairobi. You are welcome. You can wave so that we clap for you. We also have on this panel Dr. Dorcas. Let me try. Githaiga. Did I say it right? Yes. She is the Dean of Students at Kabaraka University in Kenya. So you are welcome, our dear panelists. Thank you so much. We also been co-joined by another panelist. Kindly mention your name.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Mohamed Abdullahi, Dean of Students, Masai Mara University, and the chair, Kenya University Deans of Students Association.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to take you through an overdrive within the next 25 minutes. And we will be talking about issues that help us actualize the integration, the East African integration, but we are doing it from the side of higher education. And we are going to be answering a few questions through which discussions are going to flow. Please keep your pens and notebooks, keep noting the questions, keep noting the comments that you want to address to the panelists. I will start with the extreme right.
Yes.
Professor, how do you think universities can strengthen regional academic collaboration?
Thank you, moderator. In the first place, East Africa, before the colonization, we had no borders. We are just one community. We cross to any direction that you want, and then you still live within the same community. However, with the demarcation and being told you are a Kenyan, you are a Ugandan, you are a Rwandan, here we are. But we really appreciate our leaders, our forefathers, who have thought that these, imaginary boundaries should not, deter us interacting. Therefore, to go that direction and to put things in place, the first drivers, those people who can drive this, are these young men in front of us. These people are very agile. They are techno-savvy. It is their time. Our people, our leaders have tried to put policies in place. Nonetheless, we still need to do a little more in terms of policy infrastructure so that these young people can leverage on that and, we cross the borders and reduce the tensions, the boundary issues so that people can be crossing. First and foremost should be the issue of passports. Why do I need a passport when I'm coming to Uganda? I'm a Kenyan, yes. But why do I need a passport? Can't I not just cross? How can we reduce that so that it can be free? Same to Tanzania, Rwanda, and the like. It can be known, yes, I'm a Kenyan, but how can I come and live with my brothers in Uganda, do my business in Uganda, do my studies in Uganda without having other necessary, logistical restrictions? If you can remove those little barriers, these people are one and they can really drive. And the people to drive are these young men and women in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for that. I will now take on Dorcas. Kindly tell us, what is it that you have in your opinion about the role, the value that students and faculty mobility adds to the theme of more integration?
In my own opinion, I think mobility will bring in and add value to our nations. For one, we know that every university in the East African region, we are all endowed in different areas. Initially, the speaker who has just left the podium had just told us about how during the colonial era, the East African region was. And we had three branches of universities specializing in different aspects. And therefore, I believe that the different universities that we have in the East African region, I trust and believe that every university has an upper edge that can contribute to advancing the educational standard of the other different universities. Even the infrastructure. I trust and believe that the infrastructure that is here at Makerere University is not the same infrastructure that is in another university in Southern Sudan or in Somalia or in Kenya. So I believe that the mobility, if actually it is actualized as it should be, will develop another East African community that is almost at par with the European. We've just been told that they have advanced mobility systems in the European countries. Why can't we develop ours here? Why are we shying off? Why do we think we are of lesser substance? Actually, if I was to tell you, Africans, we have the best brains. We have the best. Yeah, if you're to travel out there, you'd realize we have the best brains. It's only that we've not had that opportunity of having those exchange, sharing infrastructure in our different states in East Africa. And I trust and believe that if this was to be actualized, will be very different East African community in the next years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorcas. Keep noting your questions, keep noting your comments. I'll now move on to Julie. Julie, kindly tell us in which ways can universities strategically hasten the move to attain the desired integration goal?
Thank you so much, and thanks to the organizers for bringing young people together. Being the only young person on this panel, I think it's quite energizing to see that there's a couple of more initiatives that are bringing young people on board. Before I answer the question, when I was doing my master's at Oxford, I realized that us being divided or identifying as Ugandan and Kenyan only stops when we are in Uganda. When I'm in Uganda, I can say I'm Ugandan. But while there, it just felt like if you're from East Africa, we actually come from the same home. That's how united. That's how united it feels. And beyond that, Africa generally just feels like maybe you come from the same village, but immediately you're back home. Before we even talk about integration, we're already looking at how we are divided on tribal rounds, which is really wrong. So as we are talking about mobility and education across the East African community, it is very important for us to remember that for me, when I'm talking about education, it's beyond just the enrollment and the degrees that we record from respective universities. It's the outcomes that come from the education, the economic implication, the innovation. And oftentimes, in my position, we've already said, oh, government this, government that. But again, universities, what role are they playing? For example, the IUCEA, I think Professor left, for a long time, they have been calling for harmonization of the tuition policy. If I'm a Kenyan and I would want to study in Uganda, why am I paying school fees as someone who is coming from, beyond the continent? Yeah. So I think universities have to take center stage in not only having this conversation, but actually actualizing the steps that should be taken to get rid of the barriers. Can we have a same tuition policy? But beyond that, because for me, I look at the direct impact. Yeah, beyond the policy framework, because oftentimes in Africa, we are very good at agreeing. A professor is telling us about everything they have agreed upon on paper, but implementation is different. So beyond everything we can agree on in these boardrooms, what other initiatives can we support? For example, Makerere taking a step to support this initiative, it's a good thing because, like earlier mentioned, we are the right beneficiaries of this integration. And if those that have come before us have not played their role well, I think for us we shall be a bit more aggressive. So having these conversations and being supported directly by universities, even beyond this, we're all university leaders. By the time you go back, how is your university supporting the innovation, not just for you students of maybe University of Nairobi or from Rwanda, but how is it enabling you to collaborate across borders? I think for me that would be important. And then beyond that, it is very important for us to know that beyond the initiatives that they support directly that have us, the students or the young people, I think it is important for them to increasingly include us. I don't know how the leadership is in other countries, but for Uganda, I think with the guild, you sit at the councils and all of that. So I think also our leaders that get to sit at these councils, regardless of the politics that happen there, I think it's also room for us to be in position to raise voices, not only the welfare of the students you represent, but in terms of be flag bearers of some of the projects or initiatives that can front the interests of just not only the Ugandan nationals or the Kenyan nationals or people you represent, but also how do we move forward to make sure that eventually East Africa is a home to all of us, regardless of the country we come from.
Thank you so much, Julia. Can I give you more? Are you tired? The clapping wasn't that loud. Thank you. So now I'll move to my next neighbor, Dr. Johnson Iriri. How would the universities contribute to the realization of driving towards East Africa becoming very competitive? Remember, we are a bloc, but we all have the northern partners, we have our southern, and we are here in the center. We don't want to be ignored. How can our universities contribute to our competitiveness?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As you have heard, my name is Johnson Kinyua, the Dean of Students at the University of Nairobi, where Professor, our chief guest, is also a professor and a drafter of the Kenya Vision 2030. And now I saw launching on Tuesday, BO 2030 towards a first class. Professor, congratulations. I was very proud of you. And you are one of our best governors in Kenya. Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, the university has a very critical role in driving East African regional competitiveness by the kind of skills that we are actually going to teach our students, because skills is what drives. In our career office, where I'm also the director, we say we are developing holistic market and future-ready graduates who are also globally competitive. The reason why we write that globally competitive is that we have to harmonize our skills with what the world is looking for. Because if you look at the global north, the aging populations, They don't have young kids who can drive the industries like in Africa. The population, the mean age is 19. In European, Japan is around 65 or thereabout. So what we normally tell our students is that we are not training you for Kenya, we are not training for Uganda or Tanzania, we are training you for the global market because your skills is needed there. But you have to harmonize our standards, as the previous speaker keynote said. We have to harmonize our qualifications. Last month or 2 months, when I wanted a few students to join here Makerere under MasterCard scholarship, we did all the works that we are doing, the paperwork, but we hit a deadlock because my student could not join Makerere because lack of harmonization. They needed the Form 4 certificates and A-level. In Kenya, we only have the KCSE, which is the Form 4. So they didn't have. So the only option was to have a 2-year, 3-year post Form 4 qualification diploma, which they had, they didn't have. And therefore, we hit a deadlock. And if we had that, we could have sailed through and do the medicine here at the University of Makerere. So for global competitiveness, we have to drive skills, standardization, the leadership competence, the cultural competence that we have for us to unlock the potential of East African nation. And finally, Madam Moderator, the mobility, as Mohammed has said, is very key. But I'm happy we are actually driving towards that because for the first time in history, I've traveled over 28 countries, but for the first time yesterday, I forgot my passport and yellow fever, only to realize in my pocket I don't have any, and I'm 30 minutes to boarding the plane. And I ask myself, what do I do here? So I asked the counter of the Kenya Airways, I only have my national ID, nothing else. She told me, go to eCitizen, download what you call interstate pass through eCitizen, and bring it, I stamp for you. And here I am, no passport, no yellow fever, but I thank God for that mobility because I could not have managed to come yesterday because of that hitch. So we are driving towards that. And what Demiano and Kato has started, bringing our students together and having a regional mindset, is one of the key steps towards that global competitiveness and regional integration. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much for giving us a live example of how integration is going to be of benefit to all of us. As we crown up our panel, I want to be able to take you through what we have talked about, and then I will pose the last question for which our panelists will have a second each to make a contribution. From Mohammed, we have learned that the youth can drive the collaboration very effectively. However, we need, as the East African region, to be able to facilitate this by reducing the restrictions that curtail our collaboration. I have also learned and picked from Dorcas that indeed mobility is very valuable, but we still have the challenge of exaggerating what divides us, what is different, instead of focusing on our similarities in terms of opportunities, the goals and aspirations. And because of those exaggerated variations, ethnicity, language, color, the divisions continue to frustrate the mobility and preventing us from reaping the benefits of mobility. Julie has highlighted the strategy of integration coming from the side of universities, and she has ably delivered that harmonization of the tuition policy is something that we should not ignore. We need to avoid emphasizing differences in the tuition policies to enable our university students to enjoy studying across the region. Jonathan, you have talked about competitiveness, and you have emphasized the skills, and that we need our graduates to have the skills that can enable them not to only concentrate in the East African market, but have to enjoy the freedom of mobility, working as global citizens, as global graduates. So with all those very nice and ably presented points, I now want to take you into a baking room again. What should we do to ensure that we mainstream gender in all these discussions, well aware that we do not have a single set of youths. We have youths that are not a same standard. We have youth that are male, we have youth that are female, we have youth that are able and differently abled. We have youth that are coming from Uganda, South Sudan, Somalia, name it. How do we ensure that in the discussions of building competitiveness, integrating our skills, addressing our fees, our tuition policies, gender is at the center of those discussions? And I want to start with my immediate neighbor, Johnson. Please have a go at it.
Thank you, the Director of Institute of Gender and Development Study at Makerere. Well, gender is a key thing because it brings equality, inclusivities, and all that. I had my keynote speaker mentioning how his child was born here in in Uganda, and another child in Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi. I think if we can make our mobility easier, even for families, for us to have inclusivities, so that if I'm a professor coming here in my career, there are no restrictions. We enhance all those issues for families, gender, disabilities, special groups to have that mobility. And I will quote also the Schengen area where the European Union have 27 countries. Once you get a visa for one country, you get a visa for all the other 27 countries. So for us, East Africa, from DRC Congo to Somalia, we can make it easier for our families to move without too much restriction, and also provide conditions. As we had, the Ebola is also ravaging. As a family, if one person is affected, how do we come, the other 6 or 7 member states, to assist that so that we can live also as a family? I may not be a gender expert. I will leave it with others to complete my discussion. But thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Johnson, for actually bringing out the issue of taking care of our gendered needs. Families are very important, and they have been known to be a deterrent for embracing the available opportunities, including scholarships and mobility. So now I will go into Julie. Julie, what is your take?
I think for me, it starts right from access. We see a couple of scholarships that have maybe female applicants are encouraged to apply, or 50%, or some of them even actually target female applicants. I think that should continue until we hit that we envision to hit. But beyond access, for me, it also goes back to the environment or the protective mechanisms while in school. I mean, we still have sexual harassment in all universities, or sex for marks in all universities in East Africa. So I think also institutions have to strengthen their protection mechanisms for the female students, even beyond the female students. I mean, students with special abilities, there must be a conducive environment for them to not only access that university, but to be in position to study and complete in a very well university. And then after the education as well, because like I mentioned, education is not just that, it should not just stop at, oh, they have graduated, they have left the gates of Makerere or whatever institution it is. I think the harmonization has been looked at, and also terms of work. I think integration, the East African community so far, they have the mutual recognition has been for, I think, 4. So far, it's only for 4 professions. So they need to expand that as well, so that whoever would want to practice anywhere else, they're in position to. So it's to enable access. While they have access, how do you still provide a conducive environment for them? But beyond even them graduating, how do we make sure that, like Professor said earlier, that the skills, innovation, whatever they have learned, they're in position to go out there and compete? Yeah, let's submit.
Okay. Thank you so much, Julie. And she has highlighted a conducive environment. We need conducive environment in our universities that will foster learning of our graduate students. I want now to move on to Dorcas. Kindly give us your opinion.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. According to me, I think we need to be very intentional when we talk about issues of gender. And specifically, I'm talking about gender mainstreaming. So we know that in history for a long time, women have been left behind. It is like women were not recognized that they are equal to the men. So I trust and believe that if it is intentional that if we have so many men here, we need to have so many women here in opportunities. So in movement across the borders, we need to see this so that women are not left behind. And I think in education, women in the house, I believe and trust that you have the equal muscle to the men. And therefore, we want to see the leaders here in the house, the female leaders, coming up and, to compete at the same level with the gentlemen. Don't see that these courses are for men. Like I can mention about my country in Kenya, we have these engineering courses, and you go there, it's like almost 90% of those who are pursuing those courses are men. Where are the leaders? You have equal brains. Just, make yourself be there. Present yourself there in innovation, research, and even in technology, because that is where the world is going. And I'm sure if the women come up, you need to come up. No one will push you or pull you. So just come up and get engaged in whatever is going about globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorcas. I have loved how you have reminded us about career guidance. With proper career guidance, we will promote inclusivity. No one must be left behind. Regardless of who you are, you can competitively choose any program, any subject, be it among the STEM, the sciences. So nothing should stand between you and a very successful and profitable career. I will now go to last but not least. Of course, the very good ideas are still hidden with Mohammed. Please bring them out.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. For me to move to the next level, first we need to appreciate our regional leaders for thinking to bring us together and reduce the barriers that exist between our countries. That itself is a bold step and very positive. Up and above that, there are pockets of every specific area. Some specific policies are being done to, reduce the barriers. For me, I would have suggested that we have the best brains amongst us. Taking an example of Professor Iaward, Professor Peter Nyang, who was yesterday mentioned in absentia, that is one of the Guild president in the 70s here. And today he's here with us. We thank you for that, Prof. As mentioned by our panelist here, my colleague Dean UON, he championed the Vision 2030 in Kenya. Just this week, he also delivered the road to Singapore for Kenya. That is beyond 2030. So if we can use such brains that exist across to come up with a holistic, all-inclusive policy to reduce the barriers amongst the East African countries so that we move faster in integration, in inclusion, then everything will be in the positive direction. Therefore, my suggestion will be that though could be subcommittees do exist in various places, if we can now harmonize and put them together with such brains across, and then ask them to give us how we can deliver the deliverables for now, reducing the barriers amongst the existing communities in East Africa, and then we reduce mobility in terms of movement, we increase inclusivity in terms of gender, then that can be achieved. and we can get a holistic way of doing it, and that can be done. I only suggest that now we move a notch higher. Instead of now moving in sectoral position, for example, you say, I say there, where we have now universities integrating, then we have ELA, politics integration and the like. How can we now do it holistically? And within all those pockets, we now directly and deliberately do the inclusion in terms of gender, in terms of marginalization, in terms of those living with disabilities and the like. And it is possible, it can be done, it can be achieved, and with the help of this technical survey of the young men before us, the young men and women before us, then we can achieve, it can be done, and it will be done. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. My fellow guild presidents, for today I'm a guild president. The keywords that I have picked are reduce the boundaries. We need holistic approaches. We need harmonization, and we need inclusivity. So on those four key terms that have been added by Mohammed, I want to invite only two lucky guild presidents, one male and one female, to give your comment or question to the panelists. Can I have the mic going round? There's a hand out there. That is for the male. And the female? There's a female here. Yes, thank you for not betraying your like.
Thank you so much for the chance. And by name Yohanes Gatkos, medical student from University of Juba, South Sudan. I have a question. I suppose to direct one of the question to the keynote speaker, but I would like to direct them to Julia. Julie, right? Yeah. You have touched some of it, and I want just to hear this. We are here as youth. My question is, will the harmonization of the tuition fee you talk of, will it not delay the fruitful forces for mobility of the student? Because I can see in the University of Juba, the fee I'm paying there is not equal to what the students are paying here in Makerere University. Will it not prolong the process of mobility? The second question is, do we have time frame for this university, for this student mobility? Because we talk of everything, it is the policies being designed, as we have said, it is written in a paper. Do we have time frame by 2028, 2029 that we are going to implement it as East African community members? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take the second question, address it to any panelists, and then we'll have them respond.
Thank you very much. Nagirinya Amina, a law student and the Vice Guild President, King Caesar University. And my question is, first, I would like to thank all of you, mostly Miss Julie, for applauding the ladies and encouraging us to push, to push in this male-driven society. So my question is, what are the biggest barriers preventing young women from taking what are the biggest barriers preventing young women from taking advantage of regional mobility programs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And luckily we have only Julia responding. So Julia, please address both.
Interesting. So the same tuition policy was just a proposal, and like you also questioned time frame, it's been debated for very many years. If only it would be actualized, it doesn't mean for now it stops you from crossing and studying from elsewhere. I think as we are also tackling that same tuition policy, you can still attend school, but it would be better if we are all paying the same tuition. I mean, across East Africa. That is what I'm trying to say. So the policy makers and on the respective stakeholders. It is up to them to actually fast track this and implement it. I don't know, they've delayed it for their own reasons. But moving forward, what is limiting, what are the barriers for women from taking advantage of regional mobility? I think it's everything that comes with being a woman. Yeah. One, you want to move to a place you feel safe. And oftentimes, since we are talking about higher education, I would want to be open. Oftentimes, we are looking at higher education, female students in higher education, as if we are talking about female students in primary. Yeah, I've gone to university. I've had a chance to lecture at university. I have seen that we have very many mothers that come to university. So you have mothers that are studying and you want to give them a scholarship to go and study. So oftentimes with the stereotypes in society, we still have, because we are in a patriarchal society, a man can say, why are you leaving the family to go and study in Nairobi? So that those are still issues in our society today that need to be addressed head on. And all of us have a role to play. Yeah, universities, for example, I went to Makerere University Business School. If you miss an exam, you have to wait for the time it is next offered. I don't know if it's the same thing in your universities. Now take an example of a woman whose due date is around the time they're supposed to sit examinations. That means that will be a dead year. They have to sit until when it's next offered. So some of these policies on paper, they're just like any other university. But when you get a chance, I mean, Professor earlier was giving an example of the European Union, harmonization framework of the higher education. They have a bit of favorable policies for women. Yeah. And I think as East Africa, we also need to start looking in that direction. Beyond the access, like I talked about, what environment are we giving to these women? How are we protecting them to actually feel safe to not only study? Because in a patriarchal society, like I mentioned, anything is still possible, from the sexual harassment to other issues like giving birth. So as a woman, you have to plan all of that. Family, having children around you, actually having access, which is not the same thing for the men. So as we're trying to, as I conclude, I think policy framework beyond the policies, because like you mentioned, you can have them on paper. It's the implementation that matters.
Let's rise as we receive the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation to come and be part of the third annual East African Guild Leaders Summit 2026. So we shall all remain standing and have the anthems. Let's have the Ugandan anthem and then the East African anthem. Oh, Uganda, hold thee, we lay our future in thy hand. Unite
let's take our seats. All right, thank you, panel, University Dialogue. You have done the panel topic justice. I'll request that you just stand and take your group photo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, a Ugandan lawyer and politician. She currently serves as the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs. A round of applause for her. Yes, during our panel discussion, we're also joined by Honorable Matthew Uchikere, a Ugandan politician and university administrator, currently serving as the Chancellor of Kabale University. Thank you so much. In our midst, we also have the Deputy Head of Mission for Kenyan High Commission. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have you in this room today and for joining us to have and celebrate East Africa. Like our theme states, youth leadership, production, and regional integration, building a competitive East Africa in a changing global order. Right, we've just had our first panel, and our first panel topic was University Leaders Dialogue, Education and Regional Mobility. This panel was moderated by Miss Ruth Nsibirano, an Associate Professor of Gender Studies. And I hope, thank you so much for your questions. I hope they were well answered and you're content. So next on our agenda, we have a keynote speech from Honorable Audrey Kurabogo. Is it ready? He will be joining us on 9.
Guild Leaders Summit. I thank you, the organizers, for bringing together the young and old to deal with the structural problems of East Africa, to deal with matters of unity, and as leaders, what's to prioritize in leadership, to bring integration of East Africa to the fore. When I hear that Mzee Ruchikeire, Mzee Dr. Rugunda are attending, and they are people who are your mentors and supervise and sit on the board. And then I hear the age of the guild leaders who are coming together today. It makes me very, very happy, because any difficult issue over time, especially matters of integration, matters of production, matters of raising incomes for the economy, to offer opportunity to all of us, especially young people, you young people in East Africa. These are difficult issues that require the wisdom of the ages and the tenacity and drive of the youth, of the young people. So for me today, just 3 things I want to share with you, because the verb integrate really means bringing disparate or different component parts to make one meaningful whole. So for you to do that, you must confront these 3 things. The first is the question of identity. A lot of young people, even people of my age, have a narrow identity of self that often comes from our being and living in pre-industrial societies, where geographical, intellectual, and other forms of limitations put boundaries and make us feel we are small. Now, Africa's post-independence identity was driven by chiefs or sons of chiefs. Sons of chiefs and priests are the first ones to get to education. So they shaped our identity in very small enclaves, which we now call republics. Now, this brought political violence, political disagreements, and broke up the East African community these disagreements were resolvable. Constitutional problems in Uganda could be resolved from 1962 to 1966. Disagreements anywhere in the world are a source of knowledge, a source of understanding how to deal with each other. But because of this narrow identity, in my opinion, often this identity based on ethnic chauvinism that closes the eyes of the elite to the greater value of the strategic nature of unity, of the defense of the homeland, homeland being Africa, of having a larger playground as a market for all our businesses to grow, giving the ability to small, medium enterprises of young people to scale and create giant companies like we see in the West. These were the problems standing in the way of us changing our identity and having a larger footprint. And that's what was bequeathed to us. Now, I know that even in the past, there were some intellectuals, who were advocating for what you call ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism means that you think your values and your customs in the group are superior to others. Just because when the colonizer arrived just about 150 years ago, you are more centralized than others. This creates prejudice. Prejudice stands in the way of a new identity and unification, which we need in East Africa and Africa. It leads to conflicts. Let me tell you the trouble with prejudice. The Kingdom of Rwanda, which had the Germans and the Belgians and the British in the northern part in Uganda, descending on that small part of East Africa, the response was made by the royal family in Rwanda. I think there was a king called Musinga, who would mobilize his people in a lackluster way to try and defend Rwanda against the Germans. But the person who pushed hard and almost defeated the Germans was Etwa. The Batwa are some of the, like 40,000 in the world. Some of the smallest groups in Kenya, in the DRC and Rwanda. There was a good fighter called Basebya, underestimated. Basebya and a woman called Muhumuza would lead the war, combining, of course, efforts now with the king of Rwanda to fight off the Germans and the Belgians. Their influence was felt in southwestern Uganda, in northwestern Tanzania of Karagwe. But if you are stereotyping people because of a narrow identity, you have problems. That's how the late Professor Al-Mazrui used to, he coined the term he called hinterland tribes. The larger hinterland tribes that were a basis for demand of special privileges in the exit, in the march out of the colonial governments in Africa. Now, I'm very happy today that you university leaders and students are demanding a larger East African identity, a larger room to exist and play in, a larger footprint that satisfies the needs of tomorrow. Remember the private sector, where I come from. Before I joined the government, I was in the private sector. The private sector has taken a leap forward ahead of many, many politicians in East Africa. They are the first one to coin terms like the East African newspaper. You know, that newspaper exists. To craft terms like East African aviation. They are trying to restore what we lost because they understand the value of East Africa, often more than the structures that are political, that don't see this very quickly. Now, I want to encourage you to be uncomfortable with a narrow identity. East Africans and Africans are becoming extremely comfortable being called Malawians, Ugandans, Kenyans. I want you to be uncomfortable. Comfort lulls the mind, and it keeps every generation in bondage. Be uncomfortable, because in being uncomfortable, you organize to change what you found. That's number one that I ask you to do. Number two, this question of identity brings me to the matter of innovation. Now, entrepreneurship is a springboard for innovation. Innovation often destroys narrow identities because it solves people's problems, people's underlying needs. It pushes people to work together to create a bigger market. Let me give you an example. Uganda imports 90% of its pharmaceuticals. I think the bill is around $475 million. Of this bill, what you call active pharmaceutical ingredients that go into paracetamol constitute a huge percentage. I think there's about 200 tons of imports, either every month or every year, I need to check, that comes from India, that comes from China. Now, you young people listening to me and the elders know that in East Africa, we have begun to pump, to export crude, to pump oil. We're looking for more refineries in Kenya, in Uganda, and in Tanzania. We know that a byproduct of petroleum called benzene, if you convert it into something called phenol through an industrial process, you could bring down that 200 tons worth of imports of paracetamol done in Uganda. Think about the import bill in Kenya and Tanzania and Rwanda and Burundi. Let me tell you, innovation and enterprise that solves people's underlying needs, that it is the most important way, one of the drivers of integration. And this is why I want to ask you, because innovation often mainly lies in universities, in research entities. You are the seedbed that we need to nurture, we need to manure, we need to water, so that you can build more businesses that can expand our identity as East Africans, but also solve people's needs and give you jobs. This is the best form of integration. In Europe, there was a man called Napoleon Bonaparte who invaded the rest of Europe after the French Revolution, and he ended up creating the Napoleonic Code. The Napoleonic Code is used almost in 28 European nations. East Africa and Africa needs economic Napoleons. Napoleons who think of science and technology undergirding change, undergirding values, undergirding creation of jobs. That's number two. Number three, now, when you decide early on your identity, when you push innovation and enterprise as channels based on knowledge, you raise the quality of public leadership. Now, that word leadership for me is the ability to surface unhealthy and welcome reality to a people in a season, in a generation, and point them to a direction that they fear to go into, but help them to adapt. That's my description of leadership. Now, you raise the quality of public leadership. You raise the standard of the leaders who govern us. You build, listen, meritocracy, which we now lack in many institutions in parts of Africa, especially in East Africa. When you raise the levels of meritocracy in institutions, you lessen the extremes of elders wanting gerontocracy. Gerontocracy is the rule by old people, because you hear many young people say old people should go. And you hear old people say, no, we need to stay. You deal or lessen, when you raise meritocracy, you lessen this push for gerontocracy, while at the same time you reduce the yearning of young people who want to govern. We call that juvenocracy, which is the rule of the young. So you have the young saying we have arrived. You have the old saying, no, we are here. You lessen this pressure, because in a herd of animals, you never say, oh, it's a poor herd because it only has one group. No, a herd has the young, the middle, and the old. And that's important for us to build the foundation for stability in our economies, transition in businesses, transition in government, transition in the judiciary, transition in values, together between the young and the old. Both gerontocracy and juvenocracy do not help. Instead, we need credible institutions that drive integration. Those institutions must be based on meritocratic leadership. Meritocratic leadership is the one that is based on ability, on achievement, regardless of age. In any case, we need both the old and the young to move the integration agenda. I thank you for creating these 2 days just as young people to water the seedbed of thinking, to strengthen the journey for uniting East Africa, to use academics and research institutions and businesses and our leadership to do the most important activity of our generation, to unite East Africa. Thank you and God bless you. I am your friend, Audrey Wabogo.
Said, and that's a Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports, Investment and Development. So remember how we said we're going to appreciate people? Can we put our hands together? Warm your hands. Should we start now? We start? Okay. You ready? We go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. We knew it would get better, right? Okay. So he gave a keynote speech on for our next panel. And our next panel topic is positioning youth to participate in governance, production, and national development. On this panel is moderated by Mr. Philip Mulisa, the communications lead at Guild President's Leadership Academy. Let's clap for him as he comes. All right, and on the panel, are you excited for the panel? Are you excited for the panel? Let me hear a stronger yes. Are you excited for the panel? All right, so on this panel is Her Excellence Miss Kadondi Gracious, a fourth-year student doing a Bachelor of Optometry and currently serving as the Guild President of Makerere University. Makerere Oye? Makerere Oye? Okay, and she's also joined by Ahmed Rashid Bur, a law student at the University of Nairobi, and he's the president of the University of Nairobi Students Association. Okay, we have quite a diverse panel. And this panel is also Clotilda Charles Bukagile, an accomplished student leader, corporate trailblazer, and public policy advocate dedicated to regional development, women empowerment, and mentoring the next generation of African leaders. She's currently she's pursuing her studies in accounting and information technology at the Institute of Finance Management in Dar es Salaam. Okay, we also have on this panel is also joined by Miss Annette Utabulungi, the head of governance at UNDP Uganda. We can do better than that, right? Yes, I trust you. Okay, this panel is one last panelist is just a minute. Is also Karanga Samanga Marie. Let's clap for him as he comes. A two-time Guild president of the University of Kigali and an LLB candidate. Okay, quite an interesting panel, yes? Okay, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Han Teresa, for that introduction and welcoming the panel. And in a special way, let me also welcome our guests. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. We are very, very honored, and we appreciate that of your very, very busy schedules, you have spared a minute, an hour to be with us and share your knowledge, your experience with everyone in this room. Thirdly, I do thank Mr. Odek Ravogo for that keynote ushering us into this panel. And certainly one of the things he brings to the table is the likely contention between the old, the middle-aged, and the youth, and always ask who should be in leadership. Many of the youth will say, I think it is our time to be there. And the middle-aged will say, no, you people have not gained enough experience to start doing something constructive, so please be learning a little more. And our seniors will tell us we are here to offer the guidance, and certainly that is why we have them here to get that guidance. I wish you could clap for them. It is not easy to get all of them here. Thank you so much. This panel is going to be discussing positioning youth to participate in governance, production, and national development. Before I came here, someone was asking me, positioning youth to participate. Are we saying they are not participating yet? And the panel here will be taking me through that. I will not go because we have just 30 minutes to be here. We are not going to go through the introductions again. We shall directly go to the conversation. And I want to start with Ms. Annette. You are from the UNDP, an institution that operates not just in Uganda but globally, including nations that many of the young people here say they have made it. They have everything right. The governance is working out, the production is working out, the security is working out, every other sector. And the question usually is, why is it working out there and not here? And the most common response sometimes is, it is the people that are leading the cause. Other people tell us it is the systems that are guiding the people to deliver that we seek. From your experience at the UNDP in leadership at the different spaces you've served, what have you noticed from elsewhere? The leaders, the systems that we do not have here in East Africa, and therefore, what kind of either leader or system do we need in East Africa to guide that we seek, and indeed having the young people in the positions we're talking about to participate in the governance? Yes.
Okay.
Please stand up to welcome the Right Honorable Dr. Ruakana Rugunda, who also doubles to be the patron of the Guild President's Leadership Academy. As soon as he takes his seat, you can proceed.
Thank you. Right Honorable, you most welcome. Back to the panel. Miss Annette Mbabulunji, where with you? What is it you've seen on the outside that we do not have here, and therefore the young people on the panel here who are in the leadership now should take up so that we get the change, the transition, the working of things that we are looking for?
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to join the panel this morning. And I want to recognize all my seniors here, the Honorable Minister of East African Community, the former Prime Minister of Uganda, and a number of other important people that are here. And of course, the Guild leaders that have converged here to discuss issues around leadership. I'm standing in for my resident representative who was here actually earlier and was supposed to be on this panel, but because of the time, we didn't keep time, so she had to leave for another meeting. Now, to the question that you have asked, and I must also start by saying that I have had the privilege not only to work in Uganda, but also to serve at UNDP in Kenya and also in Tanzania. And most recently, I also served in Cape Verde. And I have also been a student leader because as a student at Makerere University in the 1990s, I was a member of the Guild Council representing Mary Stuart Hall. Yeah, so if I am to test, I should say, Boxe, Makerere. Yes. Now, to the question about what kind of leadership that we should have in the East African community. And I must start also by saying it's not the things that we are not doing, but there are some things that we need to, emphasize, and some of the key messages that I want to leave to the young leaders here. And one key thing, working in the development context, I have observed that it's important to have leaders that can unify, leaders that can be able to bring on table different actors from government to private sector to academicians to the local communities, because the challenges that we face in the region are very much interconnected. And no one person will be able to solve these challenges. Challenges ranging from conflict, issues around climate change, issues of unemployment. So it takes a leader who can unify, who can bring different actors together. Key also is having a vision. You as the young leader, what is the vision that you have? You need to set your vision, what you want to impact on, but also rally other people around that vision. So that as you're moving to lead, you're not moving alone, you're coming along with others who have bought in your vision. Then the third critical thing in my view is being able to learn. One has to continuously be open to learning because the world is really evolving. And currently, I think the biggest evolution that we are having is around technology and the use of modern tools, the use of artificial intelligence that clearly is changing the terrain of leadership. So for you as a young leader, I believe it's important to be able to get on pace with the new technologies that are evolving not only in your country, but also globally, and maximize and utilize the tools that are there to make you efficient, but also to give you the evidence that you need to deliver on what you want to deliver on. Key also, in my view, is about building institutions. You should not be the leader who lives and there is nothing, nothing can go on. So in my view, you should be able to create a system. For example, a system of governance where there are clear rules, there are clear procedures, and those procedures and rules are being followed. So such an institution will help things to progress. Even as you get out of the leadership, the system should be able to work. Another key thing I want to put to you is around being able to promote peace. peace and peaceful coexistence. And peace should not be only responding when there is a crisis. I think it should be about addressing all those issues that can cause conflict. So the next generation leaders in the region should be really emphasize aspects about living peacefully with others. I want also to go back to the issue of time. I think time is very, very important. Keeping time and doing things on time, because sometimes what is failing us is to do things on time. I recall the former president of Tanzania, His Excellency Magufuli, may he so rest in peace, used to always say, tumechelewa sana, meaning that, we are not moving on time, and we need to move, on time. We need to do things on time. If we have prepared, for example, a plan for you as a guild leader, you want to do some projects in your university, you need to make sure that you are having a plan that is detailing what you're going to do, and you pursue to deliver that plan on time. Otherwise, if we are not able to deliver on time, we are going to stay in that cycle of where things do not happen. You create a plan and you never deliver on it. So for me, it's important to do things in a timely manner. And maybe
True, yes.
finally, I also believe that it's important that as a leader, you're building coalitions. You're building coalitions, people you can work with, teams that you can work with, but also you're able to create trust. You're able to create public trust within, either an institution or among the people that you are leading. It's not just about, having authority. You should be able to influence. So those are some of the perspectives I have on that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pavlonji. And before I come to you, my panel here, unity, vision, mobilization, learning, building institutions and systems, time management, you are leaders, all of you here. I'll start from Makerere University, and we're doing a checklist. Are you a unifying leader at Makerere?
Yes, because even when I was putting out my manifesto out there, I said oftentimes leaders fail because they want to carry the burden alone. But once you work as a team, once you bring different parties together, because you find that Makerere University is having a number of leaders at different levels, and you leave the other leaders to work independently. At the end of the day, your voices are not heard as much as they would have been heard if you worked together. So yes.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency Rashid, vision. The people from the University of Nairobi are asking, do you have a vision that is actually leading them to where they want to go?
Yes, thank you so much for that excellent question. But first and foremost, let me take this opportunity to recognize the dignitaries from the government of Uganda, from Kenya as well, the deans from various universities in East Africa, the student leaders from East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm not sure if it is morning because it's really hot in Kampala. And we usually have this kind of weather in Nairobi around 2, 3 p.m. So I'm really confused. So I come from the biggest university in East Africa, but I think I will leave Professor Anyang' Nyong'o to be the judge on how do we define me. Because yesterday, when I arrived in Uganda, I was informed that I need to read history. That University of Nairobi was once a college of Makerere University. It was a faculty. And I was really shocked. Then I said, let me welcome home, must be that loud enough when I'm not well versed with history. But the host was really nice. So on issue of unity, The University of Nairobi has about 70,000 students. I don't know how much in Makerere, but that's a very large population. I think out of the 70,000 students, we have about 10,000 who are international students from Congo, Uganda, from South Sudan. So you will see when I was campaigning, I had to draft a unifying item that all students can really accept to vote for me. It is not really easy to convince a crowd of 70,000 students to vote for you. And this is the resolution. It is actually a position. It has a history of the position where they used to put the government in check. When officials in Congress, to take up the
decision that unified the students to vote for you. How long have you been in office?
I was in the 3rd of May 2026, so I'm still crawling.
Five indicators, just one from your university that do so at post-election we actually still have this unity, because if we cannot keep it at the university, certainly we shall not keep it in Kenya, and we shall not keep it in East Africa. So from the university, do we have indicators that show that you have actually maintained this unity?
Yes, indeed, I have maintained this unity. Because one of the items that I was campaigning, I think the most important item in my campaign was the issue of housing and the students' hostels. I was advocating for students to live in a very good hostels that are up to date standards. Students live in an affordable house. Because we know based on housing and issues of student accommodation, I'm actually touching all the 70,000 students. And those are the values that I'm going to defend and be on the side of the students at all times. So for the issue of unity in the University of Nairobi, it's entered. You can see as well, I also came with the council members in the University of Nairobi together with the dean. So unity is something that is not negotiable in the University of Nairobi.
Thank you so much. And yes, the hand clap is worthy. Professor, you see, mobilization, learning, building systems. Take us there. You see, oftentimes we talk about these things, but here as a young people, we want to look at how are we actually implementing them, how are you practicing them at the university level, and therefore from where you sit at your institution. Do we have these systems? We want you to give us the picture of that institution you operate on, such that if it is working, we can build it to become a part of the GPLA and therefore spread across East Africa. Take us there. How are you doing it?
Thank you for the amazing question. Well, I come from an institution called Institute of Finance Management in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And there we have over 18,000 students. But geographically, it's just a small area in town. But from that, also we go beyond. We have different campuses in different regions of Tanzania, which are diverse. But serving as a vice president from that institute, we consider Dar es Salaam as our main campus, but we have different other campuses in other regions. So us being the drivers, I serve there as the vice president, but it's a shared vision. Yes, we have other leaders from the other regions who are leading there, but it's a unified movement where the vision we set, it's a joint vision. So it's a good example for that because us serving there, it's already a way that we have a unified vision where we as the main campus have cooperated with the others in the other regions. And we have different sorted of agendas and programs that we have started, which we looked beyond our institute. We have established different movements. I myself am the founder of Uni Ladies Gala, which is a platform that empower ladies from universities to author their own stories. Where we also look forward, and it's been a movement from last year to this year, which carries a unified version where it's not just for our institute, but for all the other institutes that are found in Tanzania. And I hope that is one of the example of the movements that we could empower, since it can also become an East African agenda rather than our country alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to you, Your Excellency Kalango, see,
Yes.
from Kigali, yesterday we had a lot of conversation about Kigali here, and one of the things you, Ambassador, at the level of student leaders told us was that you are so proud to be the most organized, the cleanest, etc., etc. How do we arrive there at the level of the university? Is this an initiative that is done by the students and the student leadership? Is it the management? Is it the government? Is it the private sector? Who is participating in this, and certainly how do we get these results?
Okay, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, good morning. As mentioned, my name is Akarango. I would like to try to answer your question by posing a narrative. It would be hard to point a finger to one specific person because a country is not one specific institution. When they say Kigali is clean, when they say Kigali is beautiful, by the way, show of hands, how many of us have been to Kigali? Okay, and how many of us, with your hands still up, how many of us agree it is one of the most beautiful, cleanest countries in Africa? It is, I agree. This is done at the level of the city. There's a very, very big push from the government itself. There's even been a center of job creation by trying at least to bring people who might not necessarily be able to access jobs to help them access jobs by cleaning the streets. Particularly in my university, where I'm from, in the University of Kigali, it's the only one university, I stand to be corrected, but it's the only one university where you have someone cleaning 24/7. Someone would pass down and it's a reflect. Myself, I feel very conflicted when I leave something down. Do you understand what I'm trying to communicate? It stems from the government, goes down to us, the people. Because the country is not just the government. We are all the government. We are all the country. So for a country to be clean, for Kigali to be clean, it starts with not just the government, but with every single member. If you feel comfortable with leaving something on the street, I was ashamed the last time I came here, I found some bottles lying down and I picked them up. And then someone looked at me and was like, "You're wearing a suit. Why are you picking up the trash?" And to me, I was uncomfortable seeing that because that's how I was raised.
So, Excellency, if I let you go, you see, it comes from the government going to the people.
Yes.
You see,
and the government is and should reflect the will of the said people.
Every other country that is represented here
yes.
has a government
yes.
and has people.
Yes.
Again, drawing from your experience in Rwanda, how do the people get to actually understand that they have to do that? Do you have someone whipping them? Is it a question of education? Is it a, how do we get to that level? Because this room here is full of educated people. And earlier on in my conversation, I mentioned that just through yesterday, we collected about a ton of rubbish from inside here.
Yes.
Left empty on the seats, under the chairs, across outside the tents. Over here, and these are educated people.
Of course.
And we even had the presence of government, and I would expect maybe people should have feared that because we have government represented, maybe let us behave a little, and it didn't happen. So how does it happen?
Okay, so please, again, I'm going to speak on the narrative of this specific room you're in. Like mentioned, I was part of the people who were here yesterday, looking at the floor. It was a bit dirty. So let us assume the Guild President Council is the government for this specific event. As the government, there should have been trash cans somewhere in between. In a way where, my apologies. And I'm not saying this is a fault to the organizing team. It's just a question of how people, like priorities, people put forward to certain things. In Rwanda, for example, if it is a table, if you're sitting on a table, you're always going to find a trash bin or something relevant. I was raised as a kid
to never ever leave trash wherever I see it. And then if I see trash which is not mine, pick it up and put it somewhere else. Now, I'm not saying these educated, esteemed guests do not have the same behavior, but as a government now, you have to equip them in a very esteemingly, let's say, comfortable environment for them to do the act.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That is what I want to come back to Makere here and broaden the conversation. Karumba tells us the government has a responsibility. Now you're a governor to Makere, but building it to the national government now, the leadership of the country, as a youth leader, as a student leader, as a person that is interested in the governance, what are some of those things you see missing in the governance that you would want the government to do for you, to do for the students of Makere, and therefore the students in this room, such that they can get to the level Karangwa is telling us about, such that we get to the level of things, systems, institutions, organizations, services that actually work everywhere. A lot of things are working, but a lot of things are also not working, and therefore for us to fix that gap, what is your expectation from government?
All right. Thank you so much. Well, the president of Rwanda was speaking, the guild president from Rwanda. He said the government must represent the will of the people. Unfortunately, I do not think we've reached there based on our, the whole government of our nation. I don't think we have reached a point of representing the will of the people. I was reading the East African Community Youth Policy, and they highlighted the fact that Rwanda, once the youth speak out and they put out the issues that they want to be worked on, they will be worked on. Their voices are heard and they play a very big role in national development. I really do not think it's happening in our country, because even when the youth presented the National Youth Manifesto of 2026-2031, these are some of the things that they were highlighting. We are not saying that the youth are not yet participating in leadership or governance, but yes, we have the seats, we have the positions, but our voice is really hard, or we are just looked at, but then we have zero influence. And that goes back to the question of tokenism. Why is it happening? We're talking about it year in, year out, and nothing is changing. If our government can get to adopt what the government of Rwanda has adopted, having their youth take up certain spaces and actually have their voices heard, then we shall make a step forward. Because if I have issues in Makere University, and yes, I sit on the university council, and I get to submit these issues, and then at the end of the day, the University Council has its head, which is the parliament, which is government of Uganda, and still the voices are not heard that much, then how are we going to change the people? How are we going to change the narrative of the local person when they keep complaining about these things year in, year out, and their voices are not heard? So I think this call should go to government to make sure that, yes, they should represent the will of the people, and our voices should be heard, not just securing seats for us to put out a picture of, yes, we are involving everyone, we are inclusive, but rather having zero influence as the youth.
So just one more thing. You talk about, yes, government representing the will of the people. You talk about the voices being listened to. To begin with, I am aware we have youth that are part of this government.
Yes, this is why I said we have positions, we have 5 parliamentary seats specifically for the youth. But how many times do those members of parliament representing the youth come on the floor, present something, and it's actually considered? How many boards do they get to sit on? Because, like I said, when you look at our local councils, youth are actually represented. When you look at parliament, yes, the 5 slots are there. We have National Youth Council. I mean, even the different political parties, they have different structures that are made for the youth. But why is it that the same issues that you complain about are not changed? We have a whole National Youth Manifesto, and it's complaining about the same issues, and nothing is being worked.
At the end of last year, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics conducted a census, and from their report, young people, all the people below the age of 35, take an overwhelming majority on the population of Uganda. And when I look around the region, still there is agreement from the institutions across that still young people, now that is young people across from age 1 day to 35 are the majority. But even when we cap it to 18 to 35 or 40, still those people are more than the senior leaders that you seem to be talking about now. And here's where I'm taking you. January 15th, we had an election in Uganda, elected the presidents, members of parliament, and all the other leaders going forward. And even currently, we have an activity going on, local council elections. And I want to ask, the will of the people. There is a people that went to the ballot and voted. And those people wanted to be represented, wanted their will to be represented. Are you saying those very people that voted for their will had a mistaken will?
That's why I'm saying I really wouldn't want to go into the politics of the election because
no, just understanding the will.
But that's why I'm saying I wouldn't want to go into the politics of the elections. But you and I know, or some of the people in this room know what happens. And at the end of the day, some of these things, you cannot say what the people are complaining about when they elect their leaders, or sometimes get even elect leaders that might not make it up there. And issues are, we're having the same issues year in, year out. It should be predicted in the service that we get, because after us electing our leaders, or if the majority have spoken, then the service delivery should reflect that. And I don't think it's what is happening.
Thank you. Ahmed, I am coming to you. See, at the level of governance, you will govern at your level, but also the people that are above you. As a student leader, what is your expectation? What do you want to see done from the leadership such that it should facilitate, yes, the youth to participate in governance, to produce and therefore be a part of a broader national development?
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I would like to say exactly what we do in Kenya. Our constitution, I'm a law student by the way, and I must give basis to my arguments. Our constitution says that we the people, exercise this power either directly or indirectly through our elected officials. So let me just be brief about the history of Kenya in the year 2024. In 2024, there was a mass protest in Kenya as a result of youth agitating for justice and change in the government was being place. Also agitating for reforms and inclusion in government. So most of the time, most of the decisions, this is negotiable. We have a social contract with our elected officials. For votes, we expect service delivery. We negotiate with governments to our clients, negotiate with governments to deliver on their manifestos. But this slow down. Yes, part of the Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya is that I will share from if the court listen to us continuously. But at first, we were not sure legal purpose. First, we need to seek accountability from government and ensure that the social contract that we have with our elected officials, the social contract that we have with the government, are not skipped. If the government doesn't implement, if the government doesn't in the government sector, we need to demand and ask accountability from government. So, where I am, most of the still leaders who have been in the position, most of them are members of parliament, senators, are part of the government, advocating for the issues of the youth. So, what is around the bush? If we don't get answers, if the government doesn't include us in their things, we will be
Thank you, sir. And I want to see one of the things we're trying to forge at the Guild President's Leadership Academy is the unity for the East African voice, the unity and of East African subsequently federation. From where you sit in Tanzania and you are listening to a Kenyan next to you and a Ugandan and on the other side, at the level of the region, still governance, what do you want to see done at the regional level so that it can facilitate this participation of the youth, facilitate the production and the development of the region?
Well, we have, as said, we have a diverse audience here. I'm sitting next to a Kenyan brother, a Ugandan sister, and another Rwandan brother. Well, we have stages like this that our brothers also have foreseen there's a need for us to meet as the youth of East Africa, where I don't think we should take such stages for granted. There's a room to discover and make more rooms like this. But as we're already here, we have a chance to make changes to that. Well, I think there's a room of us too to use the time that we have to connect to one another and do something. There's a room for that, covering different sectors, be it production, be it any projects. We have been also hearing a lot about innovations. Everyone in everywhere they come from, everyone has a room to make changes to the community. And as changes start with oneself, there's a room to also make it broad, to expand to the region perspective too.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Honorable Karango, before I come back to Ms. Annette here. You see, we are talking about what we expect from the leadership.
Yes.
But the leadership is also expectant from us.
Yes.
And I want to hear from you at the level of the youth through leadership. What are you doing? What are we doing? What is supposed to be done so that the senior leaders that have even offered their time to come and listen to us actually take interest in knowing what we are doing, and therefore know if we support these people in this cause, certainly we are creating a better East Africa. What are we doing?
Okay, so as you might have understood by now, I'm a man of examples. So allow me kindly, brother Mugabe David, could you kindly stand up, please? So David here, last year we came together in this summit. It was around July. He was a guild president. He graduated in around November. Now he's here as a dean of students. Kindly a round of applause for him. He's a dean of students of the same university. What I wish to communicate is that the government expects us to be prepared. Because inclusion, yes, is wonderful. I am not for the idea of tokenism. Yes, we're the youth, we're the majority of the country, of most of the countries we're in. However, for us to gain the mentorships of such esteemed individuals, for us to actually have a valuable impact in the governments we wish to be part of, what are we bringing to the table? Are we prepared as the youth to actually bring value? Are we aware of the changes we need to make? Are we aware of the various conversations the country is stepping into? So, with the example of David, kindly reflect on that question. Are we ready? If right now someone was to come and say, you know what, there's a position somewhere in the ministry, what can you bring? What can you do for your government? What can you do for your country? That is the higher threshold that has set into me. That is the higher threshold East Africa is expecting from all of us. And like I said, leading starts with oneself. So if you're ever ready, the opportunity is surely going to come. You just have to be willing to catch it.
Right. Thank you so much. And I'm coming back to you, Ms. Mpavulunji. See, these are student leaders from across East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and you had what they seek, for example, but also what their vision of the leadership should be. And based on your standard you gave us, the unity, the vision, mobilization, learning, creating systems, and so on, what's your assessment? Where are we?
Well, in terms of assessing the student leaders where they are currently, I think it is a somewhat difficult, question, because this is an audience I'm engaging with for the first time. But if it were to be with some of the student leaders I work with on a day-to-day basis, in Uganda, I know that we are progressing. And I want to cite one of the programs that we are undertaking in partnership with the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. And I know Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, are you here? Is anyone here from Julius Nyerere Leadership Center? By show of hands. Okay, so for the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, what we have been doing as UNDP is to follow up on students that we are training on leadership and on ensuring that they are following up on their action plans. And based on the leaders that we have worked with, the leaders that have been trained, there is progress. And in the last elections, 2026, in Uganda, at least 14 of those student leaders that we are working with, they were successful in their elections. So in that sense, it reflects or illustrates that the communities that they live in have acknowledged their leadership capacities and that they have been able to influence others. And from that perspective, and from the situation that I see in Uganda, progress is being made. And these young leaders are not only taking up the political positions, they are actually mobilizing their communities for change, for economic empowerment. I know, for example, that there is a young lady who started off with the production of yogurt, and her business is doing very well. I know another youth leader that we have worked with who opened up a gym to mobilize young people, youth, against gender-based violence. And again, that particular youth leader is also progressing well. There is another youth leader who is working on climate action, and he has planted a lot of trees, acres and acres of trees. So from that perspective, we're saying that the young leaders are embracing the leadership qualities that we are aspiring. People who can influence their communities, who can bring about positive change in their communities.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Annette Mpabulunji. Ms. Annette is the head of governance at the UNDP Uganda office. Thank you so much for those thoughts. And certainly, there should be very, very powerful learning positions for all of you in this room, and indeed making sure we position the youth to participate in the governance, to participate in production, and indeed contribute to national and by extension regional development. We have come to the end of this panel. I want to thank you for your kind attention, but also thank my panel for making that contribution and certainly leading and setting pace for what youth leadership should be, and indeed taking on the expectations from the people who lead, but also fulfilling the expectations for the people above us, but also taking, filling into the gap to make sure we do not disappoint the people that have given their time to nurture, to give us a bit of their experience to get to the next level. Thank you so much. My name is Philip Melissa, and a very good afternoon.
Wow, thank you very much, Philip Melissa, for that panel discussion. You'll now take a group photo. I think really we are very inspired by their submissions. And I think for me, the reminder is the question that Frantz Fanon asked in his book, Wretched of the Earth, that every generation must identify its mission, but the choice to fulfill it or betray it is entirely up to them. I think this group of young people represent the budding desire to make a difference in their communities. And I wonder if the Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda or even Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, in your student days, you were this, agitative and basically trying to destabilize and antagonize the status quo. So thank you very much. I think they deserve a thunderous round of applause as they take their seats. As a matter of fact, youth voices are being brought to the discussion. The question is, what are they saying? Is it substance vis-a-vis form? And also, if it is substance, are there means through which they can be transformed to make meaningful transformation? I think for me that is the ultimate objective, that these youth voices are channeled to make a difference. So thank you very much. And I think Teresa taught us how to clap. So we shall clap for them as well. All right. So how do we begin? All right. Thank you. Amidst us, we have been joined by the 90th Guild President of Makerere University Students Guild, President Emeritus Lubega Nsamba. All right. So to the panelists, thank you. We shall now proceed to invite our next speaker, a gentleman who has had tremendous contribution in terms of mentoring young people, from hosting a youth space on a small TV show to now bringing together young people from across this African region. And that is none other than the executive director and founder of the East African Guild Leaders Summit, Mr. Damian Masesa. Karibu sana. You're most welcome. I think as it really comes to the podium, it deserves really a thunderous round of applause as he makes his way. The gentleman behind the vision, 3 years down the road. I know it has not been easy, but we are very proud of the achievement and how far we have come. Ndugu, you're welcome.
Karibu sana. Thank you. Asanteni. Habari ya leo? Habari? Comrade Power? Comrade Vuga? Makerere. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Donyana Masesa is my name. And yesterday I gave an extensive speech that that covered a lot that we needed to discuss here. And I've had the privilege of sharing that speech with our guest today, the Right Honorable, the Prime Minister, and the First Deputy Prime Minister, and in charge of East African Community Affairs, the Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. I've shared that speech with her. And I'm happy that while I shared the speech, I saw her reading the speech to the end. So I'm certain that she has that speech with her. And quickly, as we go through this speech, I need to do a little introduction of my team members so that it doesn't look like I work alone. It's impossible. I cannot do this alone. So I have a team that I run around with all the time in very, very hard situations and all these things, but they're always around, volunteering to make sure that this dream is alive. They make themselves. Do you need me to invite you here? Because every opportunity that I stand up to speak, I need to also recognize you and appreciate your efforts. Yeah. I know there are volunteers that have also joined us today, but I see they are quite far. We also have our regional members that are constantly supporting us. This time around, I also want to invite them to come here, starting with the Dean of Africa, the Dean of the University of Nairobi. Please come here. Tarangwa, Ngabo, you know yourselves. Karibu. So I will not introduce you guys. I want you to have the opportunity to also stand here so that when next time I am appointed elsewhere, the Honorable is here, I will leave this space and one of you will take it up. So please come and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure seeing this come to life once again. My name is Atare Baseka Patience, the highly favored one, and I'm a programs officer at the Guild President's Leadership Academy, and I'm also a master student of the of public administration at the African School of Governors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Gatolaban. I'm the programs manager at the Guild President Leadership Academy. but also I'm a master's student here at the College of Business and Management Science, Makerere University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agaba Kenneth Ampunda. For some of you who know the Vachiga, you know the Vachiga tribe? The best example is Honorable Kana Rugunda and myself. I'm a 20 president of Uganda Christian University, but as of now, I'm an advocate of the High Court. Honorable Malabuti Kadaga, who had my sharing when I was replacing your son, Pumbeth Kadaga, so it's a pleasure to meet you once again. So it's nice having you around, and it's a pleasure serving under our leader, Masesa. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Hello. Before I speak out, can we clap out to the past panels which was here? Clap, clap, clap. Was so very interesting. Thank you so much. My name is David Mugabo, the former Guild President of East Africa Rwanda, and now serving as the Dean of Student Affairs and Career Guidance. Note that, and I'm also the Marketing Officer of the same estimated institution. And Nyagatare, the headquarters of our university. I'm so grateful to join this integration of a platform, which is very, very interesting and so impactful to the youth across Africa. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Johnson Kenya is my name. I'm currently the Dean of Students at the University of Nairobi. They also call me Dean of Africa, so I'm at home. It's my part of constituency. I also serve with Mohammed as the Vice Chair of all the Deans of Students in Kenya for 86 universities. Mohammed, maybe you can rise up. And when I came here last year to attend a similar event, President Uhuru Kenyatta was the chief guest, and we developed a brotherhood, a partnership with Kato and Demiano to be the coordinator for GPLA in Kenya, which we have done very well with Mohammed, and we have a great Kenyan delegation who has come from 2 or 3 people who came to a group of like 50 who have come this year. Please clap for Kenyan delegation. And finally, I want to acknowledge my boss in Kenya, Annette, you can stand up. We worked with her in 2007 during the height of post-election violence with another sister of ours, Elizabeth Lwanga, who was the resident left for UNDP, and we delivered, and Kenya was peaceful. And when I was able to get the petroleum products in Kenya despite all that chaos. Please clap for Kenya and Annette. Thank you very much.
Good morning once again. Oh, good afternoon now. It seems I've been here for quite some time, if the time has changed. My names, as previously announced, are Karangwa Semnaga Driss Marie, proud Rwandan. Kindly do visit Rwanda. Allow me to be stubborn just once. Makerere oi! Makerere oi! Kigali oi! Kampala oi! Juba oi! Nairobi oi! Addis oi! Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Good afternoon. My name is Mazrachi Agre. I am a Mufumbira because I've had other members speak about Bachiga. I'm a Mufumbira. I'm an LLB candidate. I got done with my 4 years here at Makerere University. So next year I'll be at LDC. I was the 95th JRC for Mitchell Hall and the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs in the 91st Guild. Currently, I am a council member at the National Council for Higher Education, representing all students in Uganda from tertiary institutions and TVETs. So by that office, I'm an ex-official at the Uganda National Students Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Philip Molisa once again. The name Molisa, sometimes I'm told it commands me to be at the animal farm, other times in the kitchen, and other times in places of worship. But wherever it tells you to take me, I am a part of the team and making a contribution, especially with communications at the GPLA. Thank you for being here. We are very honored.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon once again. All right, my name is Hannah Teresa, and you've seen me here. You saw me here yesterday, you saw me here today. I've been serving as the Master of Ceremonies with Kidega, and it's been quite an honor. I'm a student at Macquarie University Business School, pursuing a bachelor's degree in international business, and I also served as the 28th Guild Minister of Gender. And yeah, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kidega Ogenrot Moses. I am a lawyer by training and former Secretary for Labor to the National Youth Council and also former student leader at Macquarie University. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Natasha Kaitesi, and I'm the organizer.
Thank you, colleagues. Yes.
I'm saying I'm the organizer. Don't be shocked if you're seeing me everywhere. Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll go to the speech. Yeah, I think you can take your seats. No, you will first introduce the universities that are here actually. It's very important. So that the guests to know, but it's our time.
Yeah, I'm going to be so brief. Yeah, but first of all, I want to appreciate Professor Nyang Nyong for honoring our invitation. I will, of course, since the keynote speaker is Professor Nyang Nyong, I want to first recognize the universities from Kenya which have honored this. We have from actually your county, we have representation from Maseno University. Where are they? Yes, they do. We have Uzima University. Esther is there. We have, I think, Longo University. Where are you? President and your team? These ones traveled yesterday to make sure that they are here. We have the first, the University of Nairobi. You are welcome. We have Tanzaga University. You are welcome. We have Kenyatta University. We have KCA University. There are so many, but I don't want to leave them behind. They may kill me from here. We have Masinde Muliro University. Where are you? You are welcome. We have Bomet University. Is it in Kakamega? Okay. Now we have Egerton. We have the Valley National Polytechnic Institute of Kenya. We have the Open University of Kenya. Where is the team? We have St. Paul University. We have the University Leadership of Kenya, led by Albert Maloba. We have Machakos University. We have the University of Eldoret. We have Abid University, led by Faith Cherino. Then in Kigali, in Rwanda, we have the University of the Adventists of Kigali. Where are you? You are welcome. We have the East African University of Rwanda, led by the Guild President Lukundo. Where are you? And the Dean of Students and the Vice Grace. Then we have, of course, University of Kigali. We have Karangwa. We have Mutoni I, Christine. You are welcome. We have the University of Technology and Arts of Biyumba. Where are you? You are welcome. Behind. Of course, in Tanzania, in brief, we have the Institute of Financial Management of Tanzania, led by the Dean. I think they are behind, and the President Omari. They are behind, and Kotilida. Then we have the University of Dar es Salaam, represented by Hawa. She's where? Then we have the Nelson Mandela University in Arusha. I don't know where they have gone. Then in South Sudan, we have Stanford International University. We have the University of Juba also represented. They sent one delegate. We have Dista University. Where is he? You are welcome. Uganda, there are so many. But yesterday I left out people. They were almost killing me. We have Victoria University. We have King Caesar University. We have Uganda Management Institute, Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. Yes, we have Kampala University I've mentioned. We have UNAT. We have Ndeje. We have Nkumba. Of course, we have Kabale University, where Honorable Luchekiri is the Chancellor, led by their President. We have Bishop Balaam University. We have Bishop Stewart University. We have UICT. And so many, I don't know, I may not mention. Then Makerere University Business School, Chambogo, Makerere University. There may be so many that I may not mention. UCU, IUIU, both campuses, Mbale, Kampala, and Kaboja campus. We have Soroti University, Lira University, Guru University. If I have not mentioned your university, please forgive me. Thank you so much. Institutions, the East African University, East African Management. Why I'm trying to mention everyone. Yesterday my inbox was full. You have not recognized our university. So I don't know, but I cannot keep my memory and for all these universities, but we want to appreciate this state. It has more than 1,500 seats and it is full. We want to appreciate you for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much.
So right into the speech, and all protocol observed. We shall maintain the protocol. I stand here today with gratitude, humility, and renewed conviction. This summit was not convened as an ordinary student leadership gathering. It was convened as a part of a historical mission, the mission to ensure that young people become active builders of East African integration agenda. East Africa integration did not begin today. Our people have shared layers, universities, markets, ports, institutions, and a common destiny for a generation. Even when the first East African community collapsed in 1977, the idea of East Africa did not die. It was revived because our future is stronger together than divided. Today, as young leaders, we must move integration from treaties and speeches into universities, businesses, farms, innovations, borders, and communities. The Right Honorable Kadaga and the Minister for East African Community Affairs and the first Deputy Prime Minister, we are deeply honored to have you join us today, not merely as a line minister in charge of this docket in Uganda, but also as a true daughter of the integration, and of course the champion of the integration. We appreciate you and we appreciate your presence today here. Kindly convey to His Excellency our sincere appreciation, his long-standing passion for East African unity, expanded markets, production, strategic security, and political federation continues to inspire many of us. This summit itself is a testimony that guidance matters. What began as a Guild Leaders Summit for Uganda was expanded through the wisdom of Honorable Matthew Richikaire into the East African Guild Leaders Summit. Honorable Matthew, we appreciate you. Yesterday was longer and appreciative. A platform bringing together student leaders from across the region. It was also Honorable Matthew Richikaire who moved the historic motion proposing that His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete as a summit patron, a responsibility His Excellency graciously accepted. Asanteni sana. We thank His Excellency Kikwete for giving this movement regional legitimacy. But importantly also, we thank the Right Honorable Dr. Ruakana Rugunda, our patron, for his fatherly guidance, humility, and consistent support. We thank Honorable Ruchikaire for expanding the imagination of this movement. We thank our partners, universities that are here, sponsors, volunteers that have worked so tirelessly today and yesterday, our colleagues at the Guild President's Leadership Academy, who have worked with limited resources but with unlimited faith. As we close this summit, our humble request to His Excellency the President, probably we request the Right Honorable Kadada to support us on this one. Through you, is that this movement receives stronger institutional support. We request support for a permanent secretariat for the Academy and the East African Guild Leaders Summit. Of course, formal linkages with the ESC structures, support for youth integration programs, and guidance to ensure that this summit rotates across the partner states as a true regional movement. We are not asking governments to integrate East Africa while young people remain spectators. No. We are offering ourselves as partners. We shall mobilize universities, like you've seen today. We shall educate student leaders, much of it, and many happened here yesterday. We shall promote Swahili and the East African identity. We shall fight narrow nationalism, sectarianism, and tribalism. We shall build networks of future public servants, entrepreneurs, diplomats, innovators, and leaders who believe in one East African destiny. Fellow young East Africans, history is watching us. A previous generation established the community. Another generation saw it collapse. A determined generation revived it. Our generation must ensure that it never collapses again. Thank you, those who have appreciated. Let us be remembered as a generation that rejected fragmentation and balkanization and build bridges across borders. We are many nations, but one people. We have a different flags, like you see, first wave your flags, those who have the flags around here. But one destiny. East Africa must unite, not simply because unity is desirable, but because our prosperity, security, and survival demand it. May God bless the Guild President's Leadership Academy. May God bless East African Guild Leaders Summit. And may God bless Uganda and the future of East Africa. For God and East Africa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Damian Masesa, for that very wonderful speech. Indeed, you represent the vision that this summit stands for. Our next speaker needs a lot of introduction, but I will just be as brief as I can. Professor Anyang' Nyong'o was born in Rata, Kisumu County in Kenya. He completed his undergraduate studies at Makerere University, where he was awarded a first-class honors degree in political science. He served as the Guild President of the university in 1969 to 1970. He thereafter proceeded to obtain his postgraduate studies in University of Chicago, where he obtained a master's and PhD in political science. Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o is a Kenyan politician and author who is the governor of Kisumu County. He's the former Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement, and also he was acting party leader in 2009 when the party leader Raila Amolo Odinga, then may he so rest in peace, was in the United States. And thereafter he was elected to the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya in 2007, and also served as Minister of Medical Services, Minister of Planning and National Development, and also a former Senator of Kisumu 2013-2017. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for this, our keynote speaker for this afternoon, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o. Karibu sana. Let's please rise up as Governor comes on to take his.
Thank you very much, my brother. Please sit down. Hello. Let me recognize first and foremost my brother and friend Ruhakana Rugunda, with whom we shared this university many years ago. I was in Livingston Hall. I think you were in New Hell there. I see. Okay, good. I'm really glad today to be here with you for this very important conference on youth leadership, production, and regional integration, building a competitive East Africa in a changing global order. And by the way, I traveled with my Minister for Finance, Giorgio Mundi, over there, who is also a graduate of this university. Your Excellency, my dear friend Ruhakana Rugunda, distinguished guests, former guild presidents and student leaders from across the region, fellow academics, policymakers, development partners, and above all, the young women and men who carry the unwritten future of East Africa in your capable hands. I stand before you today not only as an elder, but also as one who years back sat exactly where you sit today, burning with the impatience of youth, armed with the conviction that the world could be different, and possessed by that peculiar Makerere spirit that made us believe that ideas could indeed move mountains as we build for the future, in line with our university motto, Pro Futuro Edificanos, which in English means we build for the future. In 1969 to 1970, when I served as guild president, East Africa was a very different political creature. The original East African community had been formed only 2 years prior, in 1967. Brilliant minds from Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, and Kampala moved freely across borders as brothers and sisters, unburdened by the fear of being regarded as foreigners to one another. This was the cohesion that Julius Nyerere, Milton Obote, and Jomo Kenyatta envisioned as an East African Federation. Unfortunately, the Union collapsed in 1977. The story of the revival of the community and the progress up to this point in time is well known to all of us. Yet, here we are today, engaged in the reconstruction of what was once broken. The question we must address is whether the youth of this generation possess the intellectual courage and the practical imagination to push towards the regional integration agenda. This morning we have had various assurances from leaders of the youth that indeed they will do that. Join the struggle and sustain the building of an East African community that will create an African Singapore in our generation. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the most consequential restructuring of the global political economy since the end of the Cold War is unfolding right before our eyes. New centers of political accumulation have emerged, and technology is reorganizing production. Artificial intelligence, on its part, is fast transforming labor, as climate change is altering the argument of comparative advantage, especially for the agro-based economies. Development does not occur as an accident. It is the consequence of deliberate choices and social imagination in socioeconomic and political organization of society. That is why we have to make deliberate choices about the future of the East African community and reorganize the socioeconomic and political conditions in which our young people operate in order to harness their meaningful contribution to the regional integration agenda. Much of Africa today, ladies and gentlemen, remains integrated into the world economy, primarily as an exporter of raw materials and an importer of manufactured goods. And this song we have sung since I was a student at Makerere University in the late 60s. And unfortunately, it has not changed radically. Much of Africa, sadly, remains integrated to the world economy, primarily as an exporter of raw materials and an importer of manufactured goods. The late Claude Ake, that indefatigable scholar of the African condition, once warned with foresight that, and I quote, political independence without economic transformation only reproduces dependence under altered management. Let me repeat. Political independence without economic transformation only reproduces dependence under altered management. The Asian tigers did not rise because they waited for the global order to become favorable. They developed by a clear understanding of their potential and a deliberate construction of programs of action, the implementation of which has focused on a better and sustainable future. They created internal competitive advantages through education, through deliberate industrial policy, with the support of strong and effective governments that cared for the people in word and in deed. I am therefore re-emphasizing the role of the state in setting the objective conditions under which our young population will play their roles in regional integration. Indeed, education and industrial policies are choices of the government of the day. Indeed, education and industrial policies are choices of the government of the day. East Africa, with a combined population approaching 300 million people, a landmass rich in arable soil, fresh water, and mineral wealth, with an average age of under 20, possesses the demographic dividend that aging Europe and East Asia can only dream of. And that is indeed our advantage in the global order. But demographics is not destiny. Demographic is only potential energy. Leadership is the catalyst that converts it into kinetic force. When I was guild president, I learned something that no classroom could teach me. And that is that leadership is not about holding office, but about holding space. Let me repeat. Leadership is not about holding office, but about holding space. Space for ideas that discomfort the comfortable. Space for voices that the system would rather silence. Space for imagining futures that the present cannot yet accommodate. I learned this in the heated debates at the University Hall, in the solidarity strikes, where we discovered that our Kenyan, Tanzanian, and Ugandan identities mattered less than our shared condition as young Africans concerned about the slow pace of development in our newly independent states. The Guild presidency and student leadership in general is not a stepping stone to political careerism. It is a laboratory for social transformation. This is where you learn that the student who cannot afford meals, the young woman facing gender-based violence in university housing, the refugee student from a neighboring country seeking dignity are not just issues to be managed. These are structural indictments of the kind of society we have built, and invitations to imagine the kind of society we must build. My countrymen of East Africa, Let me speak plainly about something that troubles my generation. We have raised you in a culture of more consumption than production. We have raised you in a culture of more consumption than production. Our economies are structured to extract raw materials and import finished goods, notwithstanding industries that we have locally. Largely speaking, our economies are structured to extract raw materials and import finished goods. Our education systems, despite noble intentions, still produce job seekers rather than job creators. Our brightest minds dream of civil service appointments rather than industrial breakthroughs. Luckily, I see glimmers of hope. I see glimmers of hope. I see young Kenyans in the Silicon Savannah of Nairobi building fintech solutions that have made M-Pesa a global case study. I see Ugandan youth in the Boyogerere Industrial Park experimenting with light manufacturing. I see Rwandan agrotech startups using drone technology to optimize coffee yields. And yes, I see Tanzanian youth in the Sabasaba grounds trading not just goods, but ideas. What we need, in addition to the individual entrepreneurs, is production ecosystems. The East African community must become a production community and not just a trading community. Therefore, good people, I humbly submit the following proposals on areas where youth leadership must drive production for your thoughtful consideration. First, agricultural transformation. A commendable chunk of the world's uncultivated arable land lies in the East African region. I wonder whether you know that. A commendable chunk of the world's uncultivated arable land lies in the East African region. Yet we import rice from Pakistan, wheat from Ukraine, and palm oil from Malaysia. We must do better. Young guild presidents and leaders demand that your universities become centers of agricultural innovation, not just teaching agronomy, but incubating agribusiness models that process, package, and brand East African produce for global markets. The coffee that sells at 1,800 Ugandan shillings per kilo at the farm gate in Bali goes for an equivalent of 91,700 Ugandan shillings in a Berlin cafe. Imagine the increase and the profit they make in Berlin from importing our coffee. The difference is not the bean. The difference is value addition, branding, and logistics, all domains where youth energy and digital literacy can disrupt legacy systems. Second, sports for economic growth and job creation. When Eliud Kipchoge Keino runs, when Joshua Cheptegei breaks the world 10,000 meters record, when it's a difficult thing. That's very interesting. When soccer star Mbwana Samata takes to the field in the English Premier League, they are not just entertaining us, they are building East African brand equity. But look deeper. The global sports industry today is worth over 5 times the annual budgets of Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya combined in the financial year 2026-2027. It is about $600 billion. What percentage does East Africa capture? Negligible. Why? because we have not built the sports infrastructure, the management academies, and the sports medicine centers, or even the merchandising ecosystems. In other words, we are good sportsmen, and we win competition globally, but we have not commercialized our sports industry. We have not made it as an institution, an industry that can add value, real value, to our economies. Not just our athletes and go and try elsewhere and that is the end of it. Some other countries do better than that. Young leaders, I challenge you to imagine East African sports universities and to demand that a good allocation in our national budgets go to sports development, not as recreation, but as a strategy of economic growth and job creation. Waka makofi basi. The international shot stopper, Dennis Onyango, from Busia, Uganda, is not just a soccer player, it's a production unit in an industry we have failed to build. Third, academia as the engine of regional integration. When we were here at Makerere, the East African University system was a genuine community. A degree from Dar es Salaam was recognized in Nairobi as naturally as one from Kampala. Today, despite East Africa Community's protocols, our universities still operate as national silos. Credit transfer systems are weak, joint research programs are rare, and academic mobility is constrained by bureaucratic nationalism. Young ill presidents, this is your fight. Demand harmonized curricula across East African community universities. Demand joint degree programs that require study in at least 2 member states. Demand regional research funds for collaborative work on shared challenges like Lake Victoria pollution, cross-border pastoralism, regional energy grids, and others. Some time ago, my dear friend, Ruakana Rugunda, visited us in Kisumu for one day. And I took him to the lake to show him 2 new ships which have been made by the shipyard company on the lake. And I said, if we can combine hands, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and make sure that we have shipyards like this, not just making ships, but boats, all those things for leisure, cruises. There will be a big industry in Lake Victoria that makes the lake, shared by the 3 of us, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, improve on the use of transport as a way of earning substantial revenue for our 3 community members. Ladies and gentlemen, regional integration is not all about tariff reductions or customs union. It is about the moral and political recognition that the young woman in Bujumbura and the young man in Juba are bound by a shared destiny that no border can divide. It is about understanding that when Lake Victoria chokes on pollution, it does not consult immigration officials before crossing from Uganda to Tanzania. That when climate change displaces communities in Karamoja, the refugees do not carry national identity cards, they carry hunger. The competitive East Africa we must build is not a zero-sum competition with other regions. It's a competition with our own limitations. Our tolerance for corruption, our acceptance of mediocrity, our willingness to let ethnicity and nationalism undermine the project for shared prosperity in the region, and these we must stop. Finally, my dear sons and daughters, gathered here at Young Leaders, brothers and sisters, my grandchildren, because some of you are, I close with a memory. Sometime in 1969, as Guild president, I led a delegation of East African students to meet with Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. We were full of demands, full of critiques, full of the importance of youth. Mwalimu listened to us patiently and then said something I have never forgotten. And I quote, "The youth are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today who have not yet recognized their power." Let me repeat that. The youth are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of today who have not yet recognized their power. Young real president, student leaders, future architects of East Africa, recognize your power. And I saw you doing it today here. Continue thus. Not the power of your offices, but the power of your imagination. Not the power of your votes, but the power of your production. Not the power of your borders, but the power of your integration. Let me repeat that. Young Guild presidents, student leaders, future architects of East Africa, recognize your power. Not the power of your offices, but the power of your imagination. Not the power of your votes, but the power of your production. Not the power of your borders, but the power of your integration. I'm not saying that because votes are not important. Yes, they are. But without fusing vote power with imagination, it will not lead to much. It is the imagination which tells you why you vote, for what purpose you are changing a leader, because you have an imagination or the future should look like, to look like better than today. Build cooperatives that cross borders. Create academic journals that publish in Swahili, English, and French, not to mention our mother tongues. Organize sports leagues that make Arusha, Kampala, and Kigali household names in global athletics. And I'm very glad that some time ago I welcomed teams of soccer players from Uganda to Kisumu, and we had soccer games there for about a week. That should be encouraged across the borders. Demand that your government invest not in your political loyalty, but in your productive capacity. Not long ago, we hosted a football teams from Makerere and Kisumu to play with our teams. Let this continue because it is part and parcel of making East Africa alive to us. The changing global order is not a threat to East Africa, but an invitation. An invitation to stop being the objects of global history and become the subjects instead. An invitation to prove that this century need not be the Asian century or the American century, but can be the African century, if we dare to build it. Let me repeat. This century need not be the Asian century. They have had theirs already. Or the American century, they had theirs, but can be the African century if we dare to build it. I came to Makerere as a young man from Kisumu, carrying the dreams of a village that had never seen a university graduate. I leave you today as an elder who has seen the arc of African history bend, sometimes towards justice, sometimes towards tragedy, but always responsive to the will of those who dared to lead. Do not wait for permission. Do not wait for elections. Do not wait for the global order to stabilize either. Build now, produce now, and integrate now. The East Africa you deserve will not be given to you. It must be taken, built, and defended, not with arms, but with ideas, with a good balance of politics and production, and not with borders, but with bridges. Asanteni sana, and Mungu awabariki.
God's great big family and the truth, you know love is all we
Wow,
need.
right? Let's put our hands together in a more organized way, yes. Let's warm our hands. Let's go. Okay, let's now do it better, right? Okay, let's put our hands together. Amazing. What a remarkable, insightful speech we have received from Professor Anyang. And this, I believe you have now a certain deep feeling in your heart, and you're seated on your seat and wondering, what can I do different? How can I position myself better to serve my country? This speech should have caused you to reflect a lot, especially on your personal journey and your life. The Bible says that the kingdom of God is under violence, and it's only the violent that shall take it by force. So even as it's the same agenda we are carrying on here, the East Africa is not under violence, right? But it's only the violent, the willing, the hardcore that are going to bring it together as one, okay? And yes, so you're not here by accident, you're here by choice, and because you are a part of this great movement. So once again, we want to say thank you, Professor Anyang. This should go down in history, but you should always remember his words. And in his closing, he says, youth are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of today who have not recognized their power. So this should cause you, what is that power you have on the inside of you? What is that gift that God has given you? What can you do now? We're not waiting for tomorrow. Yes? Thank you once again. So now I'm going to take this honor to recognize Mr. George Omondi Okong, the Minister of Finance of Economic Planning in the County Government of Kisumu. Thank you so much for joining us today. Right, so next on our agenda, we have, we're going to invite Honorable Matthew Uchikire. Honorable Matthew Uchikire, and it's an honor to have you in the room today. We've had you on a number of Guild President's Leadership Academy events, and you've never failed to turn up. So even this one, we thank you so much for coming. To have you in the room is such an honor. So to us in the room, Honorable Matthew Uchikire is a Ugandan politician and university administrator, and he's currently serving as the Chancellor of Kabale University and a former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uganda. He previously served as the head prefect of Ntare School and King's College, Bodo, and as the guild president of Makerere University in 1962. So let's put our hands together for Honorable Matthew Uchikire, who will in turn invite Right Honorable Rugunda. Clap for him as he comes up. And he's also an advisory board member on the Guild President's Leadership Academy.
Thank you very much for that introduction. would like to start by warmly welcoming the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwara Kadaga, and I congratulate you on your reappointment to the Ministry of East African Community Affairs. This will provide continuity and offer vital support to the young people's efforts in awakening the East African spirit to rise to the call of political unity. I want most especially to extend a warm welcome Professor Anyang' Nyang'o, the Governor of Kisumu County in Kenya, and our guest speaker today. We have all heard about you and known about the active and positive role you have been playing on the Kenya political scene, but more pertinent to the cause of East African integration. These young people have hailed your Pan-African spirit, and they are anxious to tap into it to drive the East African integration forward. I think I should introduce myself a little bit more. She has been kind enough to say a few things about me, and I thank Damien Masesa for the introduction and the suggestions that he has made about what contribution I may have made in pushing this effort of the East African integration and the contribution by the young people forward. So thank you very much for that generous introduction. But I want to say a little bit more about myself. As has been said, I was president of Makerere Students Guild in 1962-63. Seven years before my dear friend, our guest speaker, was Guild president. Together, I think we shared the year with Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda. A lot of excitement was occurring at that time on the East African scene. When I was elected as Guild president during that year, I was not elected by the East African or by the Ugandan community. I was elected by an audience or a constituency of the whole of East African students. Makerere University was shared almost equally between Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So the people who elected me were not just Ugandans, they were Kenyans, Tanzanians, Ugandans, and a few of them from Zanzibar at that time, because we were still separate, and sputtering of some more from what was called Nyasaland at that time, if you recall. What was important at that time was the spirit of East Africanism. We looked at each other as East Africans, not as Kenyans or Tanzanians or Ugandans. And we hoped at that time that very soon we would have the creation of an East African state. During that time, we had a major gathering of the president of Uganda, the president of Tanzania, and the President of Kenya, who was represented by Gichuru, representing Mzee Kenyatta. He was the Minister of Finance. And we shared a platform together. You can imagine a young person of about 22 years sharing a platform with President Nyerere, President Obote, and Gichuru representing the Prime Minister of Kenya at that time, and pronouncing ourselves about the need for East African integration, and looking at ourselves, the students and those leaders, as East Africans and not as Ugandans or Tanzanians or Kenyans. I don't want to repeat what happened subsequently, but we know that because of the failure in some political quarters, it was not possible for us to move forward as had been anticipated at that time. I don't have to repeat that President Mwalimu Nyerere had offered to delay Tanganyika's independence at that time, to wait for Uganda and Kenya to become independent so that they could form one East African Federation, but that did not happen. And we had many strong advocates who believed in the East African community, and one of them, I should say, was a gentleman and a leader, a very prominent leader in Kenya, called Tom Mboya. There were other leaders, both in Uganda, like Konge and some others in Tanzania, all committed to driving the spirit of integration together. It didn't happen, and as a result of that, we have lost more than 60 years. And we now seem to be starting again. I must commend these young people, Damien and your colleagues, to have brought us to a point where we can have an audience like you have described, and we can see for ourselves from several East African partners as young people who have come together to revive the spirit of East African integration and to push it forward. I must thank you, and thank you from everywhere, as they have explained to us, the universities of the various partners in East Africa who have come here. Now, let's not miss the opportunity of moving this spirit forward. This is the third annual session we are having. Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda and I have been at the center of it. We have had occasion to invite and have very prominent people come and act as guests of honors and also guest speakers. We had Jakaya Kikwete, who gladly agreed to come and participate. You've heard that on my proposal, seconded by Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda, Jakaya Kikwete agreed to become the patron of an East African group. You have heard that we also agreed that instead of it being a Ugandan function, it should now be extended to the whole of East Africa. So today's and last year's representation, and it has been growing every year, is a demonstration that that spirit, which appeared to be dead about 60 years ago, is being revived by these young people. Please, keep it going. We are busy. Yes, later on, if I may say so, we also invited His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. That was last year. He also came here as our guest of honor and our guest speaker also. So, Your Excellency Nyango, you are the third guest speaker. And I'm going to propose again today that on the advisory board that we have tried to create, on which I believe that Jakaya Kikwete, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, are members, we should also ask you to become a member of the advisory board. And we'll be delighted to have you accept that invitation. So I have said that I do not want to make another speech, because previously, in the last 2 years, I've been making long speeches, written speeches. They're all documented, and you have the records of them, and I think they have been circulated. I only want to thank you again, and to thank these participants who have come in large numbers to come and support the driving of this bandwagon forward, so that we can see the birth of an East African nation during your time as leaders. And I believe that you are going to be able to achieve it. I know that a lot of leaders, both here in Uganda and in the other neighboring states, there's goodwill amongst our leaders because you have spoken to them, and we know that they are behind you. So I believe that it's going to happen, and please keep pushing, and I want to thank you for your presence here. Finally, let me thank again in a special way the commitment that my brother, my young brother, Ruakana Rugunda, has shown all along in helping us to drive this thing forward. I think you stick with these young people, help them to reach all the important people, like you have found your former relationship with His Excellency here, and many other leaders who recognize you because you have been working with them for a long time. So Damien, thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words, and I wish you a successful conclusion of this conference. I want to thank again Right Honorable Kadaga for agreeing to come and close this session, and to wish all of you a good conclusion of this conference. Thank you very much.
Another applause for Honorable Matthew Chikere. Thank you for those beautiful and insightful words that you've shared with us. So without wasting more time, allow me invite Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda to come and share with us a few words, and also to help us invite the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga.
Right Honorable Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda, and Minister for East African Affairs, my distinguished friend, brother Peter Nyang'nyong, who is our chief, really our guest speaker, and has given us obviously a very illuminating analytical discussion about the unity and its agency of East Africa. Matthew Chikere, veteran, political leader, student leader, guild president of Makerere University 62 years ago. He deserves another clap. Matthew, we feel very strongly energized that you have continued to give your expertise in student activism and East African affairs to share this with us. We deeply value that. And I should let the young people know that when you hear of the 5-year Bush War that took place in Uganda, led by Yoweri Museveni from 81, the initial team of fighters who went and launched an attack on Kabamba barracks, led by Yoweri Museveni, and I should point out that one of the leaders in the Bush War was President Kagame. A big clap, because it illustrates closely how we are essentially one. And I should also point out that President Kagame and President Museveni were both old students of Ontario School. But the key element is that we are essentially one. No one should divide us. We should instead formalize the unity and the bonds of unity that unite us. I've come here to essentially invite my dear friend, Rebecca Kadaga, who's our chief guest, who will speak and literally formally close this discussion. This will not mean that you should stop talking to each other or complete your other programs, but that will be the formality of it. I'll make just one point. And really, this point has been talked about by many, including Professor Nyang'nyong, that we have been talking about integration of Africa for a long time by our leaders, by ourselves. But in substance, nothing has moved in terms of concretely uniting our people. Sometimes we have had ups and downs, including, for example, the rupture and breakup of the East African community in 1977. We have gone through all that. And we remember that Kwame Nkrumah told us that the independence of Ghana was meaningless unless the whole continent was liberated. Today, as I speak, our continent is liberated. But in effect, this is political liberation. But our continent remains enslaved in economic terms, in political terms, and in security terms. Literally, the big powers can walk in any country in Africa, and we'll just look at each other and be helpless. The classic example, which you all know, is how Libya was invaded and Gaddafi killed. and African Union, AU, and its leadership was directed not to step into Libya, to let the foreigners do their work of literally destroying Libya and killing its leader in order to control the Libyan oil. It happened to Libya. It can literally happen to another country in Africa. Therefore, although Kwame Nkrumah said that the independence of Ghana would be meaningless until the whole continent was liberated, we are already liberated, but still in chains. I would therefore want to paraphrase, or perhaps to suggest a new edition of what Nkrumah taught us, and say that the liberation of our individual countries, liberated as we are, will mean creating a country to reckon with, and no one would dare play with the United Africa. So, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, you young people, you have a heavy responsibility of making sure that we come together and unite, or else we will end up perishing, and at the expense of other countries who will be taking our resources as they have been doing for centuries. So with that understanding that the liberation of our individual countries is not enough, is inadequate, and in some cases meaningless, unless we are united, we expect that you young people will indeed pursue that goal. And we can take the teaching of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who said, it may be difficult to have all the continent unite at a goal, but let us unite in phases, in blocks. And really, the first block to unite in this respect, even in respect of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and other leaders that have fought for independence and African unity, would be to ensure that indeed, indeed we are united. And when we are united as East Africa, I believe that East Africa will be a precursor for the rest of the continent to unite. And again, you are the disciples, you are the ambassadors to spread this message, and you set an example already by being together in such impressive numbers and such impressive representation. I better make a comment that several months ago, I was a guest of my brother Peter Anyang', governor of Kisumu, and I must say I was extremely impressed with what he and his government, and indeed the government of Kenya, were trying to do to build a new Kisumu. But again, we may build a new Kisumu, a new Kampala, a new Dar es Salaam, but we remain weak and vulnerable. Let's ensure that this vulnerability is driven away for good by us uniting. With those remarks, friends, it's my great pleasure to invite my sister Rebecca Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs. A word about her before she comes. Rebecca Kadaga has been an institution in our politics in Uganda. She became a member of parliament more than, well, about 40 years ago, and she has done wonderful work as a member of parliament. She has been a minister in several portfolios, especially focusing on East African and African integration. And I'm also very happy that His Excellency President Museveni found it fit to reappoint her as Minister for East African Affairs, and we have no doubts that she will continue to use her zeal and determination and foresight to push the agenda for East African integration. She has also been a speaker and deputy speaker to the Parliament of Uganda, a responsibility she discharged very well, and she has been also a political leader as the second vice chairperson of the National Resistance Movement that is in charge of the politics in Uganda. It's my great pleasure, my sister, to invite you to come and address these young men and women who are anxiously waiting for you.
Good afternoon. Let me say how happy I am to meet so many East Africans. And I want to thank the Gate Leaders Summit for putting this together. And of course, Honorable Richkaire, Rugunda, Namjong, and the others who have walked the journey with the young people in this regard. I'm a child of the community. My father worked in the East African community. So I'm one of those who know better the benefits of the integration. So I'm committed to ensuring that we get back to where we were. Now, before I go to my speech, and I want to thank the Guild Leaders Chair for the elaborate presentation. And I like his heading, the generation that must complete the East African project. I think that is really apt. I want to thank you, Mr. Masesa, for that. Before I talk to your issues, I wanted to say a few things. One, I've noticed on the advisory board, apparently there is no woman. Advisory board. That's a very serious error. I know that the women came late to this university after the men are there, but I think the long line, there must be some women who can. So please do the needful. Not me am the least already, but look in the background. Secondly, I wanted to respond to my young lady, what's her name? The one in white. He was complaining that the resolutions made in the summit, Kadondi, the Guild president, the resolutions made have been left in the hall. I would like to advise that maybe in future you involve the Minister for Gender and Youth, who is in charge of the youth issues, so that he or she captures the issues from here. But I would really offer, I would want to arrange for you to meet the Minister, General Tukumkunde, and the Minister for Youth, Dr. Akisa, because ultimately the issues must be put in the Cabinet memorandum, brought to the Cabinet and adopted. On the third issue of cleanliness, my friend from Rwanda, I think we are not a very disciplined society, as you know. But being the Minister for East Africa, I have information that when the buses are coming from Kigali, nobody throws anything outside. But as soon as they cross into Uganda, those same people who are coming from there throw the bottles to the Uganda side. I don't know that they are the Ugandans coming back or the Rwandese coming into Uganda, but it happens. But on a serious note, I think for what I'm seeing here, maybe we should establish a system when we come and they say, you announce here, you people, when you finish using the bottles, deposit them there. I think you should be reminding these people so that they know what to do with the bottles. Because now, as the young man from Karangwa, the young man from Kigali said they should have been trash cans. So we need to do something about that. But I'm happy to inform you that on Monday in the cabinet, we established National Day of Cleanliness. So starting from this Saturday, from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, is a cleaning exercise to be launched in Kisenya, I think, in Kampala. But all of you are encouraged in your halls, here, wherever you are, between 7 and 10, to do the cleaning of your areas. But I think the habits begin from home. You know, if you're in a home where nobody tells you that, don't throw this. I think we also need to go home, talk to our children right from the young age, to know that there are things you don't do. You must clean up yourself, you must do this, you must do this. We also should put a culture in the schools, in the nursery schools, the primary schools. Let it grow into it, because we have grown without it. So I'm hoping that that one can be done. Now, the Guild Summit Chair complained that the young people are unable to practice in different countries, but I want to assure you, yesterday I was designing a cabinet paper to go to ratify the decision of the summit of the summit of head of state, where we agreed that there's a mutual acceptance of academic qualifications. So that one, it's been a long journey, but now it has been cleared. And I'm taking that matter to cabinet around the second week of August. So that one at least has been done. So that should not be a bother. About the freedom of movement, we have done something on roads. I was telling Professor Nyang that we are doing a new road between Jinja, Busia and Kisumu, a dual carriageway, Jinja, Busia to Kisumu, to ensure that these Ugandans, in his town, at 5 o'clock, the Matoka arrives from Kampala, 5 o'clock every morning. So they'll be able to arrive at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and people make money out of it. So we are doing that one. On the other side of Kenya, we have done the Kapchora Swam Kitale Eldoret bypass to make it shorter to get Nairobi. On the Tanzania side, we are working on the Mutukula Chotera Kumunazi Road to help us between Uganda and Tanzania. Between Tanzania and Kenya, we have done the bypass from Arusha to Holili to Voi, Taita Taveta, reducing the journey to Mombasa by 200 kilometers. So some work is being done along those lines. We are busy on the standard gauge railway, which has started from Mombasa, Nairobi, Naivasha, recently in Kisumu, and we commissioned the segment from Kisumu to Malaba, from Malaba to go to Kampala, Kampala to Kasese, eventually to Congo, to Isiro. There's also another that runs from Tanzania and to Burundi and to Rwanda. So we're really trying very hard on the interconnectivity so that our people can move freely and very, very fast. Of course, where we're not doing well is the maritime industry. I think that is growing very, very slowly, and I would like to encourage that a number of you take an interest in it. On the Uganda side, we are building a maritime university at Namusagali to deal with the shipbuilding, boats, training of sailors. You can imagine that the Ugandan ferries, when they need maintenance, we get someone from Tanzania to do maintenance on the Uganda ferries. So it's an area we want to correct through that institute so that you can have people who are trained. Now, there was also mention for whether you can work abroad. Yes, the Common Market Protocol gives the right of residence and the right of establishment. I hope that Professor Anyang Nyong, if one of my children come there, you won't say that where's a resident permit, because the person is in East Africa. He wants to stay in Kisumu, let him stay in Kisumu. do business in Kisumu, let him do business in Kisumu. So all that is part of the common market protocol. There was also the issue of the right to use of the port of Mombasa. We are part of the Convention on the Law of the Sea, which gives right to landlocked countries to access the sea. But somehow we have not been invoking it, but it is there under United Nations conventions, and I think we need to apply it where we feel that things are not going well. Now, I'll of course be passing on the message to the President. The issues are well written, the requests are well written. I'll pass them on to His Excellency the President to ensure that they are handled, because it's a very, very big plus for the children of East Africa. Now, youth as architects of the community, East African community, already you started organizing yourselves, you started meeting one another. This is a good beginning, and to assist us in organizing ourselves. But I just wanted to talk about innovation for development. Our government priority is under ESC Vision 2050, is on food security, industrialization, digital transformation, climate resilience, and infrastructure. So there are many things we can do, and I wanted again to talk about the maritime industry. You know, Somalia brings 3,000 kilometers of coast. All that's available for us, but we are not doing much with it. So I would like us to take an interest in maritime finance innovation, in data-driven decision-making, smart operations, digital automation, supply chain visibility, green technology, and so on and so forth. We are going green in many areas, so I'd want you to take an interest in all those. So otherwise, I want to thank you so much for organizing this forum. It will be, I think it should be part of the calendar, our annual calendar, so that we need to work together. I was just meeting the Business Council of East Africa yesterday, because I've been wondering, when I go to the Council of Ministers, I see them there with their kipande, they are observers. So I one day asked the Secretary General, what do they observe? Because they don't speak, they just sit there, they are photographed, and then they go away. So I'm looking for ways of involving the Business Council in the deliberations, so that, because they are the ones in the trade area, they understand trade better. So I'm looking for ways of integrating them. And since I've got the request from business from the ESC Guild Leaders Summit, I think we shall look for ways of how we can integrate your voices in our policies and programs. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for your innovation, for input, and for working together all these years, especially without serious government support. I think it's something we need to discuss with the President to ensure that the support is focused and more regular. So thank you so much. I now declare the workshop closed. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable, we request that you remain on the stage because you are going for photos. Let's kindly remain seated and invite the front row to kindly come up, from Professor Arinaitwe, Honorable Matthew Richkire, Governor Nyang Nyong, and Masesa Demian. Kindly, only the front row. Otherwise, your importance here, our special guest, cannot be overstated. We thank you very much for making the time to be here with us for the 2 days. It means a lot to these young people. You all represent an encyclopedia of greatness and living a meaningful life of transformation. So, your photo moment. Oh, just the UNDP. All right, just remain there, please. Just remain there. Next is for the, just remain there. Next is for the MCs. Yeah.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
All right, now it's now our time for all of us. All right, so all of us just come and stand there. All of us, those who are outside, kindly come up front and just line up here.
The stars light up the sky. We see them flying free. That's just like you and me.
All right, let us please secure it.
You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality.
All right, let us please occupy the. All right, it is just one photo. No, I think. All right, there is more space up here, so the rest of us gently just climb up. Some of you use those stairs. Those who are already down here, just remain down. Those who have no space to stand, you can come up here. Gently. This is the iconic photo for the summit, so it's very important that you all ensure that you're part of it. Those who are still seated, those who are seated won't get coupons for lunch. The coupons for lunch will only be given out to those who are up here.
Show your photo, then you get
This is a historical photo that will make sense. Those of you who have your flags, make sure you're holding those flags. Those of you who have your flags, kindly make sure you're holding them. This is a historical photo that will make sense to us in the near future. So much sense, in fact. All right, the cameraman, kindly signal me if you're ready. Those who have the flags, show them in the spirit of Jumuiya wa Africa. Show that flag and embrace our unity in diversity. The Republic of Uganda, Republic of Kenya, Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Tanzania, Republic of South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo. So the cameraman, I think we are ready. The guests, I think you're being obstructed, so kindly stand. It won't take long, just for a minute. All right, let's all show our flag to the camera and wave our flags to the camera.
Everybody's got their own damn problem, so everybody's trying to find their way, and day by day.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva East Africa, viva! Viva East Africa, viva! Viva East Africa, viva! Viva!
All right, thank you very much. We shall now just resume back our seats and kindly settle quickly so to do the anthem.
Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I go.
Okay, students, please. The selfies we shall take after. Let us occupy our seats and do the anthems. Our lunch is getting cold.
Take me as I am.
East African Guild leaders, we're kindly requesting that you take your seats.
All right, let's allow the guests to occupy their seats, please. Our time is fast spent. We need to do the photo moment and, sorry, the anthems and go for lunch. Anthems.
Okay, those taking selfies, the smiles are beautiful, but you're requesting you take a seat.
All right, let us remain still.
Okay,
those are taking selfies.
Let's rise for the anthem.
We will remain still until we finish the anthems in reverse order. Let's pray for the food that we're about to receive. May it give us strength and blessings. Amen. Let's remain seated as the chief guests and other guests walk out gently. The rest of us kindly remain seated and wait to receive your coupons.
Kenyan delegation, after lunch, you're requested to come. Before lunch, you're requested to come at the front here.
I do not rise merely to welcome you to another summit. Of course, I rise to invite you, a generation, into a historical mission. I rise to speak about an idea that is older than many of our republics, bigger than any one political party, and more urgent than any one election. That's the unity of East Africa.
Through this summit, you have a platform where you can be nurtured, where you can be supported, where you can be groomed as the future leaders of the country.
I hope this momentum can be increased so that this fire, this spark can spread throughout East Africa, so that issues of integration will be sorted out and we move on with other major issues facing the people.
As a youth or as a young person, you should also be choosy enough to know what do you want. And from there is where you can take a step forward to go.
Today, I do not rise merely to welcome you to another summit. Of course, I rise to invite you, a generation, into a historical mission. I rise to speak about an idea that is older than many of our republics, bigger than any one political party, and more urgent than any one election. That's the unity of East Africa.
Through this summit, you have a platform where you can be nurtured, where you can be supported, where you can be groomed as the future leaders of the country.
I hope this momentum can be increased so that this fire, this spark can spread throughout East Africa, so that issues of integration will be sorted out and we move on with other major issues facing the people.
As a youth or as a young person, you should also be choosy enough to know what do you want. And from there is where you can take a step forward to go and gather the information that is efficient for you to groom you to where you want to become.
What kind of generation will history say we were? Will history remember us as the generation that inherited the greatest youth population in the world but failed to unlock its potential?
I want to commend the Guild President's Leadership Academy for promoting the political and economic integration of East Africa and Africa by uniting the Guild leaders from our universities in the region.
What may look boring to you today, tomorrow may just pay off. 20 or so years ago when I was here as a geology student, nobody ever cared what that course was all about. But today, everybody is talking about geology. Why? Oil and gas comes from geology.
So today's discussion is giving us an opportunity to explore how collaboration, investment, and smart energy policies are going to help us achieve our full potential and benefits from East Africa's oil and gas, as well as energy-related sources.
As students, you can achieve a lot. You can do a lot, especially when you are united, as indeed you are.
East Africa must unite not only because unity is desirable, but because our prosperity, security, and survival demand it. May God bless the Guild President's Leadership Academy. May God bless the East African Guild Leaders Summit. May God bless leaders who continue to guide this movement. And may God bless the people of the future of East Africa.